Welcome, everyone. I want to call to order the regular meeting of the Fairfax Town Council held at the Fairfax Women's Club, 46 Park Road. It's Wednesday, April 3rd, and looks like exactly 7 p.m. So with that, I'd like to ask everyone to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And would you like to take a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I would, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Lax?
Here.
Vice Mayor Goddard?
Here.
Councilmember Reed?
Here.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Here.
And Mayor Kohler.
Here. Thank you. And so I'd also like a motion for approval of the agenda and affidavit of posting.
So moved. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I want to mention that we had a special meeting before this meeting to interview applicants for the Tree Committee as well as for the Parks and Recreation Committee, and we were able to appoint folks. So with that, I'd like to read the meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. And I want to mention I take this really seriously, so I will interrupt people if I feel that we're going down that path. It's okay to disagree and voice your concerns. Please turn off your cell phones or mute the volume. The Town Council will review the agenda at 10 o'clock p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. So I have a few announcements. The Fairfax Food Pantry is held Saturdays 9 to 11 a.m. at the Fairfax Community Church, 2398 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. Volunteers are needed, and I want to mention that volunteers are especially needed near the end. So around 10:30 to 11. We have a lot of volunteers in the morning, but only a couple people stay on toward the end. So we welcome any time you come. Perry Park Playground renovation gets 10% of Iron Springs Brew Pub proceeds on April 9th from 4 to 10 p.m. So if you have time, go and enjoy a meal at Iron Springs, and also 10% of your money you spent will be going towards our Perry Park renovation, which we're looking forward to this year. The Community Seder, which is a potluck, will be April 19th, 5:30 to 8 p.m. here at the Women's Club. The Spring Egg Hunt will be April 20th, Bolinas Park at 10 a.m. for ages 8 and below. We also have a special town council meeting on Tuesday, April 23rd at 6 p.m. at the Women's Club to discuss 5G regulations. We're also going to have a short presentation by our Vice Mayor Goddard on single-use plastics, or not. She's maybe not. And so Take Back Day, this is a great day, 10 to 4 p.m., April 27th at the Pavilion parking lot. E-waste recycling, shredding, compost pickup, used mattress drop-off, oh, that's a new thing, and unused medication disposal, and that part is only 10 to 2, the unused medication. So please come and bring your things for our Take Back Day. Another announcement I'd like to make is there's a low-income senior homeowner exemption from MIRA parcel tax. And you can go to www.miraonline.org for info and the application form. And the deadline to apply is June 1st, 2019. And it's a small amount, but it's worth pursuing, and our chief of police also put this on Nextdoor. Vacancies on boards and commissions. Applications are available at Town Hall and on the town website. For more information, contact our town clerk, Michelle Gardner, or visit www.townoffairfax.org. For the Climate Action Committee, we have up to 3 vacancies. Open Space, we have 1 vacancy. We had 3 vacancies on our Tree Committee, but we were able to fill those tonight, which is great news. We had a vacancy on Parks and Recreation Commission, and we were able to fill that tonight with excellent candidates. Another reminder is April 26th is Arbor Day, so plant a tree and celebrate. And I think Renee, Vice Mayor Goddard, had a couple of announcements.
Yes, I do. I wanted to call everyone's attention to an event, a very important event, on Monday, April 29th, right here in the Women's Club between 6 and 8 will be the Ross Valley Fire Department will be hosting Living with Fire. This is a seminar. It's open to everyone. It's free. I would strongly recommend that you go on firesafemarin.org and register. I think it's going to be packed. Again, it's a whole new way of looking at how we live with fire in Marin County. I would strongly recommend that you all attend. Also on the 22nd of April, which is Earth Day, we will be holding one of our climate talks in the library from 7 to 8. This climate talk will be Sustainable Fairfax, talking about zero waste. How apropos. And so you can get up and close and personal with zero waste and what you do and what you can do and what you can't do, and really ask your questions on April 22nd at the Fairfax Library between 7 and 8. Thank you.
John, did you have an announcement?
I just wanted to make sure that, Renee, did you also announce the Fairfax Living with Fire event in this room on
She did.
April 20th? Good. Just checking to make sure.
Yes, she did that first.
Multitasking.
Okay,
I
and
got a
just
cold, so-
another announcement. We've heard a number of people express concern that it's taking us quite a while to get to items that they care about. And we had a discussion, and I realize this isn't going to be popular, but we're looking for ways to try to get to those more meaty items sooner. So we're going to start a trial starting in May, and that will be moving open time for public expression to the end of the agenda. We're going to try it, and we realize that we're not going to make everyone happy, and we're going to make people unhappy, but we want to try to get to some of those meatier items. And we've also tried to have a discussion among ourselves about being more succinct in our comments as well. So that'll be in May. So open time for public expression. This is to address the council on matters not on the agenda. Please approach the podium and state your name and address. This is optional if you feel comfortable doing so. Depending on the number of speakers, individuals have 2 to 3 minutes to speak, 4 to 5 minutes if representing a group. The council is not permitted to take action, and state law strictly limits the right of the council to discuss any unagendized item unless it can be demonstrated to be of an emergency nature or the need to take immediate action arose after the posting of the agenda. I want to ask how many people want to speak in open time? Just a couple? Okay, so we'll have people have 3 minutes each. Tom, would you like to join us?
Hi, Tom O'Neill, Domingo Avenue, Fairfax.
It's on.
I know, but I'm standing away from it because it's so close. Domingo Avenue, Fairfax, California. So a little over a year ago, a young woman was killed on her motorcycle riding home to San Francisco on Highway 101. Her name was Marie Siegenthaler. I would like to request prayers be made in her memory and for her family that survives her. The parents are Connie and Mark Siegenthaler, and sister Monica, and 2 brothers, Christian and Joseph. She was a wonderful young lady and did not deserve what happened. She was hit by a driver that did not stay on the scene. It's a hit-and-run accident, so basically I view it as a murder. Anyway, I would like to request everybody to just observe a moment in her memory, especially for the family that survives her. Thank you, appreciate it. And send any prayers out there. And also, I would like to say April is, they're cracking, it's Awareness Month for people using cell phones and cracking down on that. And that might have had something to do with that accident that, caused that death. I'm not sure. I can't speak to that, but, it's a possibility. And I've been working as a school crossing guard for 12 years now in Marin County. Every single place I've ever worked as a school crossing guard, there is an overabundance of people on cell phones and just generally driving like wackies. And so I'd like to address that. Also, I'd like to say that, I worked the last Brew Fest, which was a really great event for the town. And I would like to give a shout out to my friend Rich Padamonte, who has for many, many years now volunteered tirelessly his efforts to help Fairfax, in all manner of ways. And just a shout out for Rich. He's a great guy. And just, be mindful of bicyclists and pedestrians, especially, please. So it's like cars yield to pedestrians, bicyclists yield to pedestrians, and let's be a little more mindful of what we're doing out there when we're in traffic. Thanks very much. I might
Thank
have
you,
forgot
Tom.
something, but thanks, everybody. Thanks, you guys. Bye, Joe.
Jody.
Good evening. Jody Timms, your representative for the Commission on Aging, doing a quick report. We have the monthly Commission on Aging meeting tomorrow at the San Rafael Community Center. Every year, the county updates the Area Agency on Aging plan, and that will be happening tomorrow from 10 to 11. It's a public hearing, and it's a chance for people to learn about what the commission does and also what the county health department does on behalf of older adults. We also have a special, the Aging Action Initiative event coming up on April 30th. It's the annual convening of that group at the Tiburon Lodge, and that's a day-long event to explore the intersection of ageism and equity. So if any folks are interested in that, you can go to the AAI website and learn a bit about that. In terms of our age-friendly Fairfax forums, this past month we had a really great turnout. Part one of All My Ducks in a Row about wills and trusts. We had 25 people, and so that was really great. We also had one on resources for veterans, which was also really very informative for families and veterans who need to know about services when you're older. April 26th, this month's forum will be our All My Ducks in a Row Part 2, and this has to do with medical planning more specifically, so looking at having the conversation with yourself and your family about basically how you'd like the last part of your life to unfold and getting your paperwork in order. So if you haven't or want to either update or do an advance directive for healthcare or the medical form called a POLST, which is a physician's order for life-sustaining treatment, those dictate what your wants are and your desires and who you want to have carry those out. So that will be April 26th at the library from 1 to 2. Next month's, just want to give it a plug, is on Ready, Set, Go. So it's on emergency preparedness, especially for older adults. So that's May 24th. Then April 20th will be our regular Breakfast for Friends. I noticed just a bit ago that our flyer that I've been putting out and about lists the breakfast at 9:30 p.m., but it is 9:30 a.m. at the Split Rock. And then also we have a new calendar with all the yoga classes.
Jody, isn't that April 17th, the breakfast? I think that's a
Oh,
Wednesday.
You're right. I'm sorry. I forgot to. Yes, thank you very much. April 17th, third Wednesday of the month. And then we also have this new calendar with all the yoga classes, where and what kind of yoga that are offered free for seniors in Fairfax, and I'll leave some of those in the back. So that's my report. I also wanted to make a short announcement wearing a completely different hat. So can I get back in line and do that?
You don't get another 3 minutes for that. Just
No, be
just
like
finish up.
with that one?
Yeah, you can add it.
Okay.
Just
Okay, so on a completely different note, wearing the hat of 350 Marin, we have an action coming up on April 10th, next Wednesday. There was a recent report about which banks are funding the fossil fuel industry internationally, and Chase is the #1 bank that supports fossil fuels, and Wells Fargo is the #1 bank that supports fracking. So we're having a demonstration in front of the Chase at Red Hill at 4:30 on April 10th, and then we'll be walking to the hub for one of our hour-long demonstrations at the hub for people. So please, I encourage people to come out if you want to show your support for having these banks treat this issue and look at their funding a little bit differently. Thanks so much.
Michael.
Thank you, Council. The first thing I'd like to say is I apologize for last month when I was insistent about having my comment heard. But along with that, when we have a published agenda and we have separate items, it's very important if we kind of follow that understanding, because that's why we take our turns. And so although my outburst, my insistence of have my comment heard, it would be helpful if we could stick to the agenda if we have 2 items, we have 2 discussions, we have 2 different public inputs. In addition, hearing your earlier comment about moving open time to the end of the meeting, one, I support you changing things. Change is good. It makes us all look at and evaluate things differently. Excuse me. However, many times the open expression time has also been when we've seen our youth, as well as advising the council of things that you might not know that you might want to consider in your thoughts, discussions, or for your next agenda. It would also preclude many people, such as your younger generation, of staying up until 11:30, 12 o'clock at night, which we've all been here a few times. So I hope that you can reconsider moving that time. And again, I support changing things, but considering those items, it might not be well placed. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Good evening, Rick Hamer, Bolinas Road. I just have to speak up as a member of a public who only has 3 minutes, and I emphasize 3 minutes, in order to state what I've been thinking about, sometimes for weeks. And I think that is true with many of the people who only have 3 minutes to address the council. I feel strongly that the council should not arbitrarily cut that time down under any circumstances to 2 minutes, only to move the meeting along, because we have been thinking about this a long time and we only have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Deb?
Hi, Deborah Benson, Cascade Drive. I would like to say that I think that moving the open time to the end of the meeting is not a good idea. People who come on the hot topics are upset that the topic doesn't get addressed until the end of the meeting, 11:30 or 12. I think a better solution would be to move the hot topics, which you all know what they are because of the social media, further up the agenda. Last meeting you did that, which was appreciated. Another solution might be, as the City Council in Oakland is doing, giving the council members time limits as well as the public. Every town in Marin has public expression at the beginning of the meeting. I've looked them up. I looked up the city of Sacramento. They do have their open time at the end of the meeting. However, their meetings last for about 2 hours and a half, 2 hours, 45 minutes. They start at 5. They had, in the last meeting, they had 19 items on the consent calendar, and right beside that, they said, estimated time to deal with this, 5 minutes. They went through that and the whole agenda, starting at 5. At 7:27, the first person who was speaking, open time for public expression, was up and speaking. Now, that's not our situation, and I think by pushing the public to the end of the meeting, you're really taking away our rights to speak in the public meeting. So I would really hope that you change your minds about that.
Thank you.
And try to address it in different ways.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard?
Richard Applebaum, 61 Woodland. I would just like to encourage the council to be as proactive as is reasonably possible regarding any kind of mediation to fuel load for fire. We've had such a wet winter. It's April, we're still having wetness. And I remember when I was at one of the early meetings that led to all the fire safe stuff, I think Larry mentioned that they had gone from 12 rangers down to 6 rangers, and we probably need more people. So I don't know how to solve all these issues. It's very complicated and very costly, but I've heard all these things about other towns, and maybe it was done here at one time with the goats that are brought in and they start eating up the hillside. And so if there's anything that can be thought of, if there's any budget that can be found, something to do, anything to just lighten the fuel load, I just think we're getting increasingly into kind of a dangerous situation, and I don't know what else can be done, but I don't think it's just going to be everybody doing a nice defensible space, which is not possible for all of us everywhere. At my house, I'm backed up against multiple hills with hundreds of trees.
Keep it short.
Defensible space is a mythology for my particular circumstance. So I don't know if there's anything can be done. A foundation we can get a grant from to give teenagers summer jobs that can do stuff, but any kind of creative thinking out of the box, something, just at least think about it. We're still at April. We haven't gotten to the 90-degree days for 3 weeks on end in October and all of that, but I just wanted to mention that. Anything creative, innovative would be great. Thank you.
So
Mayor,
John just wants to make a very quick comment, and
Yeah.
just to also mention, we've had goats. That's what helped us in Canyon Village
Yeah.
when we had the
And,
big fire.
Yeah, we had the goats there. And also, perhaps you missed the announcement earlier, April 29th in this building, our Marin County Fire Chief is going to be giving a talk on fire, and it's also going to talk about the inspection program that's going to go around in 2 of our major fire-prone neighborhoods here. And, everybody gets a punch list of things on their property that are dangerous, and, that deal with evacuation drills and stuff like that. So it's pretty comprehensive. And so please come on the 29th.
Thank you. Frank?
Thank you, Frank Egger, 13 Meadow Way. One comment and one question. On moving open time to the end of the meeting, Fairfax residents will lose their opportunity to address their town council on issues of concern that have not been put on the agenda by either staff or council members. Having to wait until the end of the meeting, which quite often comes at midnight, will hamper public involvement in our community. It's been moved to the end of the meeting before, and it did not work. I just urge you to keep it at the beginning of the meeting. And then the question, at the end of last year, Fairfax officials advised they would be hiring an environmental impact reporting firm to prepare an EIR for the 99.5-acre wall property, the proposed 10-unit subdivision above St. Rita, Marinda, Oaks, and Manor School. That was over 5 months ago, so I'm asking who the town has hired to prepare that environmental impact report.
Garrett, I don't think we've hired that. I think we're still working on the RFP. So there is the Marinda Oaks website, but it hasn't happened yet.
Do you know when it will happen?
I actually don't. I'm not too sure. Ben might be able to answer that. And then ultimately, the contract's going to go to you for approval.
Can we just follow up with Frank offline, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark?
Mark Bell, 63 Dominga. I don't really know what's on the agenda since I didn't look online, and for the second meeting in a row, there seems to be a lack of agendas versus the amount of people who are attending the meeting. So if we could have a few more copies, that might be helpful. Secondly, as far as moving the open time to the end, I think I agree with the other people who've spoken. I think you're cutting out the voice of a lot of people. Are people who only want to speak on that issue supposed to like watch until 12 or 12:30 and then drive down here to make a comment? Some of these things are quite interesting about actions that haven't been taken care of, and I think it helps light a fire to get those taken care of. Also, there was an item posted that there's an additional $70,000 going to attorney fees.
Okay, so that's on consent, so that's on consent.
Oh, that's on consent? Oh, okay.
So you can bring it up.
I'll
at that
bring it
time.
up then.
Okay.
As far as the other comment I had, as far as changing the open time, you know, several of you ran pretty recently. We have one new member on the council, but the rest of you have been there for years. If it was such an issue, why didn't you bring it up when you were running?
Jessica?
Jessica Green. I live on Ridgeway in Fairfax. Yeah, it's about the open time. This is the time when the people that elected you get to talk. A lot of us are older people that go to sleep early and we can't stay till the end of the meeting. In fact, probably most people that own houses here are those older people. And I think that you don't want to cut them out. Much of the time that people are speaking, our management isn't really listening. They wear buds and reading and not listening to people. And we need to be able to come when we're awake and talk. And if you put us to the end of the meeting, you're just not going to have to hear anything from anybody, which I can't help but feel this is the purpose of it. So I encourage you to keep our open voice, you know, for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like there's one more speaker.
Good evening. Hi, can you hear me? Hi, my name is Stephanie Hellman. I'm a resident of Fairfax for 16 years. I live here with my husband and 3 children, and I was raised in Marin County. I've lived here in Marin my entire life, save a chapter of living in New York City and going away to college. About 18 years ago, I made the decision to take a break from a 20-year career in corporate arena to spend time with my kids and be thoughtful about redesigning my future career path. And this time has offered me many gifts, among them feeling far more connected to this community that I love, Fairfax. However, in doing so, I've been awakened to the growing tensions, disenchantment, and mistrust among the public here. The specific issues of the threat of development in the open space and ridgelines and how the parkade was handled have led me here to my first town council meeting a few months ago. I wanted to listen and observe to better understand these issues, and since then I've been reading up on the topics and talking to members of the community, including the small businesses. And the trends I've been hearing and observing indicate a lack of transparency in what the next steps will be related to the process for these issues. And I've heard the town council acknowledge the need to improve communication and trust with the community. And yet this proposal to move public comments to the end of the agenda flies in the face of your expressed intent to build trust and improve relations with the community. And it troubles me very much. And I urge you to reconsider.
Thank you. John?
Hello, John Sargent, a Fairfax resident. I just want to add my voice to the to the issue of moving the public expression to the end of the meeting. I think it would be a bad mistake. It sends the wrong message to people that you, in fact, are a lot more important than the people that appear before you. Secondly, I want to applaud Mayor Kohler's efforts to ask her colleagues to limit the amount of time they take with their discussion of issues. I get the impression, I could be dead wrong, but certain council members think they have to speak on every issue that comes before them. And I think you don't have to do that. I would be all in favor of some kind of time limits on council members speaking on issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Ms. Hood?
I know at the very beginning we're told that we can acknowledge ourselves, and yet everyone who comes up is called by name. That does not give us the opportunity to do that.
Okay, so I won't do that in the
So I would just
future.
like to make that comment, and now I'd like to have my time. And I'd just like you to hear what democracy silenced sounds like. I know you know what I'm thinking, and I know you know what I mean. Some of you do, clearly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Can you identify me? I dare you. That's just because you don't know me. Hi, Jack Gescheit, Redwood Road, Fairfax. I was just here last month, I guess, for my first meeting, so hello. So I just want to add my voice to the growing chorus that 3 minutes, no matter what, even though sometimes that's going to be a pain in the butt if 50 or 70 people show up here, and I totally understand why you look at the room or everybody wants to speak, and all of a sudden you'd want to say 2 minutes. It makes sense, but unfortunately, if you do that, as someone else said, one of the gentlemen, you might be waiting for weeks to say your minute or two, and really it means a lot to you, and it's just so empowering when you guys are willing to sit there patiently for hours and listen to us all. I've been to 5 different counties at town hall meetings over the years where I've lived, and some other issues came up which I felt strong enough to travel because it affected the Bay Area. And it's happened a bunch of times. Sometimes they even cut it to 1 minute from 3. And again, I understand rationally why, but it's just on the receiving end of the community, it's so frustrating. So, again, you guys' eyes are going to glaze sometimes if we go for 2 hours, everybody speaking. But in this end, it's like at least they have to listen to 3 minutes, So, and in line with that, same thing about the public comments being at the beginning of the meeting. It's the same thing. It's empowering. It makes the citizens feel heard. Ultimately, you guys have a lot of power, and you can ignore what we say. But if we say it up front, when we're fresh, when you're fresh, we know how it is, human beings after 3 hours of this stuff, like, okay, I got to sit here and pay attention, but, no one's paying his rapt attention. So we have a brief time to speak once a month at these meetings, if I understand correctly. I'm still learning the rules, and it's just really empowering. And we'll be more on your side, such that we'll ever be on your side, which is sometimes, of course, if we speak up front and are allowed our full 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Mallory Guideheim, Willow Avenue. I just cut short a day vacation at the beach because I wanted to be here because to me it's really important to show up. And in showing up, I don't want it to be 2 minutes. I don't want it to be cut short. I think 3 minutes is about the shortest that would work for anybody on this side. And I also want you to honor that I think most everybody here does not want to wait till the end to have something to say that we think is important for the town. So I want to go on record to say that keeping it in the beginning is essential. And keeping it to 3 minutes is essential, not 2 minutes and 5 minutes or whatever. Just keep it simple and let everybody have a chance. What I'm finding here is that this is starting not to feel like Fairfax. And it's not feeling like a community where the people on the council are really interested in what we have to say and what we want. And I've said this before, we're not here to plead a case. We're here to give you our feedback because you are our representatives. And I don't appreciate having meetings called with 1 hour notice for an extra meeting because you guys don't want to have an uproar or you don't want to, make it seem longer than it should be. And I really want you to respect the town as people with voices. And we will respect you if you just keep an open mind and an open heart and make the decision based on what we want as the town, for you to be our voices. Thank you.
Thank you. So are there any more, Wendy?
Sorry, I can't stand in lines. I'm Wendy, I live in Fairfax. I just want to acknowledge that I get that everybody's trying to come up with a solution to something that's been difficult for everybody. And I don't know what the answer is, and I get that you guys don't know what the answer is, and you're just trying to figure it out so that everybody's voice is heard. I'm not hearing that you don't want to hear our voices. I don't know what the right answer is about where public comment comes in, but I do know that at the same time people want to speak, I also know that the meetings go until past midnight, and it's extremely difficult for everybody involved, all of us and you. And I also know that not everybody shows up to meetings that might have a voice, so it might be us squeaky wheels that show up on something, and not everybody's voices in town is necessarily always heard at meetings, partly because of schedules or the time, or they don't know, or I don't know. I just want to acknowledge that it's obviously a complicated issue, and we try to do too much in our meetings every month.
Thank you. One more speaker.
So I guess about a year ago, I had sent an email probably to Garrett and whoever else makes the agenda up. And what it was is, like tonight we have 2 presentations, I believe, or maybe is it 1? I know the MMWD and the garbage, I don't know what you call it, the sanitary. So that's 2 people that are presenting. Sometimes they go for an hour or more. And I'm wondering if you could divide, separate those or have it on a special meeting night, call another meeting on a Wednesday night or on a weekend. Because when you have 2 presentations and they go for an hour, that's 2 hours out of the time already. And this happened before, and I requested that maybe that could stop.
Well, I've tried to limit it to no more than 1,
Yeah.
and I've talked to both of the presenters about 5 minutes.
Oh.
So we'll see how it goes because we will have some comment.
Okay.
So thank you, Kathy. So with that, I'd like to bring it back. I guess we're going to do the presentation by the Marin Municipal Water District. And you want to introduce yourself? Do you need a mic to carry with you, or do you have something to move the slides?
I have a clicker, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mayor Kohler and members of the council, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm Charlie Duggan. I'm the Administrative Services Division Manager and Treasurer for MMWD. And tonight I also have with me your board representative, Larry Bragman. Tonight I'm going to go over some informational items about MMWD. It's no secret that we are doing a Prop 218 for a rate increase. We are not asking for an endorsement or any affirmative comments. I'm here to present information and answer questions. So the bulk of the rate increase is made up by 2 elements. One is a 4% revenue increase that will apply to variable rates and the fixed charges that we have, and then something new, a capital maintenance fee. We are the oldest district in the state of California, municipal water district. We have pipes that are over 100 years old, and I'll get into a little bit about the complexity of our system in a moment. this chart here displays where you see the green bars. Those are years where we did not raise rates. And so I think it's 15 out of the last 25 years we did not have a rate increase. The first line closest to the bar, the gray line, has right here, this is if we had just raised rates according to the CPI index. And it shows that we would actually have been higher for most of these years. This line right here shows the national average for increases done by the American Water Works Association in a 2-year study. Every 2 years, they look at how water rates have been increasing across the country. This displays where we are right now. This blue bar towards the end of all of these agencies right here. With this increase, it would take us to here. The cross-hatched bars are agencies that have said they're going to be raising rates, but they don't know how much yet, and it'll be coming towards later in the summer. One of the things we would state is as these other agencies raise their rates, typically 7% is a fairly common rate. We're looking at 4% for our rates over the next 4 years to try to keep up with inflation. We would expect to move back down to the left as that happened. The capital maintenance fee is displayed here. 69% of all of our accounts, 74% of all of our single-family accounts are a 5/8" meter. That's $163.50 a year, and it goes up from there proportionally by how much each meter has a drag on the system, the capacity that it's available to use. Through this capital maintenance fee, we call it a CMF, we are dedicating $1 million a year towards wildfire prevention. That is something that our board and our staff is taking very seriously, and we look at this as an initial step, but adding $1 million to the money that we're already spending on the watershed for fire fuels, load reduction, and also everything else having to do with the natural habitat on the watershed. This is a slide that shows us the relative complexity of our system. So if you look at, we have roughly 61,000 customers, we have 900 miles of pipes, 128 tanks, water tanks, and 97 pump stations. To put that in relation, we have about as many tanks and pump stations as East Bay Mud that serves 1 million customers, and we're at 60,000. They're able to spread out their 900 miles of pipe replacement over 1 million customers, where we're looking at 60,000. That's a big difference there. This is a slide that just shows the complexity of our system. We'll move on quickly. The average impact to our customers, we talked about our 5/8" meter is 69% of all of our customers, 74% of all of our single-family residences. The monthly increase right now is about $2.71. In addition to that, if you look at the capital maintenance fee, that's an additional $13.63. And so that would be the bulk of the increase for most of our customers. We wanted to let you know what the impact would be to the town of Fairfax. $5,722.34 is what we've come up with that the capital maintenance fee would add to the cost for the city. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bragman.
So I'm here really just to answer questions, but do want to emphasize a big part of this will increase the budget for the watershed, which obviously is a huge issue now with global warming and climate change. So we've got 21,000 acres. Hopefully we're going to join the grazing project up at Smith Saddle, which are the 2 huge tanks above White Hills School. So we will fill in that little gap, and we'll have the great goat belt around the Ross Valley, hopefully all the way down to Sleepy Hollow. As far as the financial impact on ratepayers, we are still looking at different financial strategies which may reduce the impact. It's a big increase, and I understand that, but it's a little bit analogous to the garbage industry. We have to deliver the service even if you don't use it. So garbage, if you don't fill up your can, you still have to pay for the service. And it's a little bit like that. So we're required under the state code to be able to serve the hookups. And the bigger the hookup, the more service we have to be prepared to provide. So that is the theory behind phasing it by the size of service. And we're required to do that under Proposition 218. We're really somewhat captive to rate engineering. So our rates have to pass muster legally. That being said, we are looking at some different financial strategies which might reduce the impact. The proposal now is sort of a hard money proposal where we would self-finance all of our capital projects for the next 10 years. But there is going to be some consideration of blending that with additional debt financing. So debt financing is the gift that keeps on giving, okay, because we're paying interest for many years. That's the downside. The upside is it spreads out the cost over 30 years and it reduces the impact to customers. So I think our board is listening. I'm certainly interested in having folks come down to our meetings. They're not nearly as lively as the Fairfax Town Council. And I think Charlie got a little bit of a hit about your culture compared to our culture of public participation. And I'm certainly in favor of your culture. I am hoping to bring more of that to the district. The district will be considering live streaming its meetings. And I think it's got a pretty good story to tell. And the more people that hear it, I think, are going to understand what we're facing when we're facing climate change, aging infrastructure, and everything else that public entities are dealing with. So if anybody has any questions.
Are there any questions of Director Bragman? Just brief questions. I just have one quick one. How many miles did you say of watershed that you?
We've got 21,000 acres of Mount Tam watershed, and there's probably another 7,000 out at Nicasio and Sulahuli. So we've got almost 30,000 acres, but 21,000 acres.
Just a thought, $1 million for fuel load reduction is pretty small, given that amount of watershed and fuel. And if you consider that Fairfax, our little tiny town, probably spends about $200,000 on wildfire work with a much smaller budget, it just seems like it's time to step up and really allocate more funding. But I know there might be some members of the community who would like to speak on this item. So thank you, Larry.
Thank you very much.
And thank you. Doug, I believe you would be speaking on behalf of a group?
That's correct. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Doug Kelly from the Coalition of Sensible Taxpayers. If I could just put this up for a second. A couple of things. I want to acknowledge that your former council member, Larry Bragman, has really been a change on the Marin Municipal Water District Board, but we we did recently issue a cease and desist letter to the Marin Municipal Water District requesting that they cease and desist from their violations of the Brown Act. There's a lot of different violations, but the major complaint we have is that they have subcommittees of 2, and they're scheduled during the day. They're announced on their website as subcommittee meetings, standing committees.
So Doug, I'd like you to speak on this item rather than just a general on the MMWD. I think that would be better at their meetings.
I'm sorry?
Did you have something on the rate increase?
Yes, I do. But,
and
but this plays into that, Mayor.
Okay.
Because the rate increases were discussed at those meetings where all 5 board members go. So that's not really transparent. That's my point, okay? We had some thoughts. We know that there's a lot of infrastructure needs, and cost is not an anti-tax group. We're a fair tax group. We're concerned about the rates being put on the capital maintenance fee being put on the size of your hookup. Some people have put in fire sprinkler systems, which are a larger hookup, and they're getting dinged for that. Seems to me that's the opposite way to go. You're punishing them. The other thing is, in the exact reverse, fire lines, those malls or wherever have put in a fire line are exempt. Some of the exemptions we're concerned violate Prop 218 regulations. It seems like there's a lot of carve-outs on this, and you can't carve out special exemptions for special groups. We've urged the Marin Municipal Water District to stop this 218 process now and to re-look at these. And I'd advise that for the first time probably in the history of the world, the Marin Independent Journal agreed with us in an editorial. Paul Primo, one of the directors, came up with a plan that I think they should look at. I don't want to get into the details right now, but what we're saying is this methodology of the capital maintenance fee seems unfair. And so we'd like to have that re-looked at. I'd also point out that we do know that they need rate increases. As Charlie Duggins mentioned, of the last 25 years, 15 years have been no rate increases. Costs do go up, and what you have at the end of the day is huger increases due to the fact that you didn't do that all along. One of the reasons you don't do that all along, and not the new board member, is you tell your people when you're running for re-election, I'm not going to raise your rates, and then you find yourself in a situation you find yourself in now, which we've just had a lot of rate increases for them. And by the way, this capital maintenance fee is only the beginning of the capital maintenance fee. We understand it will be trebled soon, and that probably should have been discussed during the recent elections. At any rate, we want them to rethink this, to take another look at it, to bring the public back in open meetings that are held at night, in full board meetings that are registered as full board meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Did anyone else want to speak on this item? Michael?
Mayor, one thing to follow up on what Doug said, and I do think it has some value. We don't want to be carving some people out, because basically what you're doing, you're saying, whether it's I want to buy your vote or I want to treat you differently, this is where we start having problems and disparities. And not only carving people out, it reduces the amount of people that might pay for something. So whatever the service is, I think the amounts and the proposal, what they have, is not unreasonable. But I do think by cutting out some people so that some people are benefited as opposed to having a very uniform thing that we all buy off on and we find uniform, then we can all accept it. We're not subsidizing some for this or that, but we're all saying we have a use, we need a service, and we should pay for that. And that's part of the opportunities of being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Sargent, Fairfax residents. I'd like to make 2 or 3 points. This pay-as-you-go concept they're talking about. At the last water board meeting, there was a very eloquent presentation by a member of Cost saying this is a horrible time to go as pay-as-you-go, meaning that interest rates are so low. This is the time you ought to be borrowing. And if you want to go pay as you go, consider that when interest rates are up. I won't attempt to go into the details, but it was very eloquent, and I hope that the water board takes that into consideration. Part of the problem I have with this whole concept is part of the charges you're going to pay on your tax bill, your county tax bill, not your water bill. And you know, with all the items you list on when you get your county tax bill, it will sort of get lost among all the other items. Whereas if it went on the water bill, it would stand out and you'd be more cognizant of that. The meter size. The spokesman said we have this added cost because drag on the system. And I'm sorry, I think that's pure bullshit. Okay?
Probably
I know.
No profanity, please, John.
I'm sorry?
No profanity, please.
Oh, yes. I'm going to challenge that another time, but you're absolutely right. Take my own case where I have a 3/4 inch meter and which is 1/8 above the 5/8 meters that other people have. And the reason I have it is when I put in my supply line, I asked the water district what size meter they'd recommend, and they recommended that 3/4 inch meter. The thing that's missing in their whole concept is the concept of conservation. So I'm paying more because I have a 3/4 inch meter, and yet when I look at the water bills, I'm using a lot less than the district average and a lot less than my neighbors. So there's no incentive there to conserve. Finally, I don't want anything that I'm saying here tonight to be interpreted as being unhappy with water district employees. I've had lots of interchange of water district employees, including the past general manager and some of the board members. And I want to tell you, every interaction I've had with a water board employee has been pleasant. They're highly competent, they're professional, and they're courteous. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jason Morrison. I'm a Fairfax resident of about 12 or 13 years. I actually didn't know this agenda item was on here. I came to learn more about the ordinance on lot size and the build of structures, but I've worked for the last 25 years at a nonprofit that focuses on water sustainability, and so this is a topic near and dear to my heart. And I just want to make a few general observations for everyone to consider. First of all, as Americans, and actually globally, we underinvest in water, and particularly the sustainable water management aspect, whether it's just upkeep of capital infrastructure or preventative investments we need to make to accommodate a changing climate. We just underinvest. So when a utility asks for an increase in rates, you got to ask the question, are they competently managing the funds that they're using? And I feel very confident as an MMWD customer that they are, that they're a competent utility and they're spending the money that they have to upgrade their pipe system, but they're also thinking ahead. And I just want people to think about the way you thought about Fairfax and Marin County when the fires were going off to the north and what that meant for West Marin if it goes up in flames. And what most of you probably don't know, if you're not hydrogeologists, is once there's a fire that wipes out your forests and your watersheds, not only does that mean when the rainy season comes, you're going to get massive erosion and water quality damage, but it kills the organic material in the soil, which means that the capability of the soil to hold water and let it percolate slowly and then run into our reservoir system is pretty much diminished. So $1 million, if it's just watershed management in order to be able to have healthier forests that are going to be able to accommodate and prevent fires better than before, that's money well spent, as far as I'm concerned. I think we all got to think about the nominal or marginal cost of a rate increase versus what this will be like if West Marin burns. And $1 million to try to even prevent that, in addition to upkeep of pipe system, it's a no-brainer, really,
Thank
especially
you.
in one of the wealthiest counties in America.
Thank you. Mark?
Mark Bell, Dominga. I just want to second that if you're conserving water, you don't use much water, then what you should pay for this increase should be less. If you're using 50 gallons or 30 gallons a day per person, why are you being charged the same amount that somebody may be using 150 or 200? So I think the rate structure needs to deal with that. And then there were some other items that I saw briefly, had some other things going on about how it affects rental properties or renters not paying. I'm not sure if that gets passed on to the landlord, but I think that there's a fair way to go about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just going to say, I don't want to get into rebuttal of any of the points, but there's going to be multiple meetings between now and when the board actually makes a decision. So we've got a meeting on April 16th, and there's a board meeting the first Tuesday in May, the third Tuesday in May. The actual decision date right now is set for May 28th. So almost 2 months. That may be pushed back another week or two because of the availability of board members. So there's a lot of opportunities for folks to come down and let their voices be heard. And I've always said we make better decisions when we hear more from the public. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry.
Larry, real briefly, is there a way that people can sign up to get email notifications of agendas and so forth?
Yeah, I think there is, sure.
Do you know how to do that off the top of your head?
They can email me and I'll connect them.
Okay.
And then my email is right on the MMWD website. But definitely, it's similar to what Michelle does here in Fairfax. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so I think we had a speaker ahead of you, Mallory? No? Okay, go ahead.
Is it possible for the water board to be part of the emails that we get about these meetings and put that might just
If they want to be part of it, they can sign up for that.
No, to have the announcements of the meetings of the water boards when we get
We're not going to start doing announcements for the Marin Municipal Water District.
Okay, all right.
But that's a good idea, but then we'd be asked to do others, and we're already trying to accommodate as much as we
So
can.
the other, in terms of what Mark said, I remember I've been conserving forever, and then something happened where they said we're going to honor people who cut down another 20%. That was years ago of the water usage. However, when the people, myself and friends, we've already cut down. So we kind of got punished for having cut down our water usage. And then they announced there'll be another cut down and people will be rewarded for that. So I just wanted to put that out.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Valerie Hood, Fairfax. This may be a really unpopular perspective, but I actually think we should raise the rates. And the reason I think we should raise the rates is we need more rangers. And we need more rangers ASAP. We need people to start watching for fires. We need to deal with the huge load of wood that's downed in our watershed. It's over 50%. When I take a hike the other day, you won't believe how many more trees are now laying in the lakes. We're in such big trouble here, and people are not. The water board is trying to deal with it and trying to talk about it, and they're not really getting public support. And I think we need to rally for that. I'm not suggesting that I think that things are necessarily fair the way they were mapped out. But I think the idea that we need to get some money together to take care of things is the biggest thing that I can even imagine. And I want to say there was a really good presentation at the last MMWD meeting that I attended. I think if people would go and see the way the money is spent, they would have a much better idea. They really did it to the penny. They really delineated costs. It's a big district, and now on top of that, we're looking at Wiener's legislation coming through Sacramento that could drastically push our population far larger than it is, meaning that our water needs would be far larger. And unfortunately, the way the rules work now is if you're along the transportation corridor, you no longer have to take water or sewage or infrastructure into account. So what's going to happen? We're not even beginning to talk about what we're facing in reality in terms of fire, inability to actually evacuate. The whole thing, it's the most ridiculous situation. I think we need to take it far more seriously. I've been to some of the fire talks. They don't even begin to address the reality of what we're looking at. And I really hope that we'll do that at some point. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this topic? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. We don't need to make any decision on this, so I think we should just thank the Water District for coming tonight and encourage people to participate at the Water District, and hopefully you all will start filming those very soon, because it really helps. Larry knows full well how much it helps for people to sit at home and observe, even if they aren't sitting in the audience. So thank you so much for coming tonight. We appreciate it. So we're moving on to consent calendar, and I want to ask if any of the council members had a quick question or you want to pull an item. Seeing none, I would ask if anybody in the audience would like to comment on a consent calendar item. And I think, Mark, you just wanted to ask a question or make a comment. Is that correct? On one of the items?
Yeah, well, I think we should pull the $70,000 additional fees for attorneys, because when I look at it, I see a lot of waste for where that money's going. For example, Mill Valley already has an anti-5G legislation in place that people who are familiar with it think is a good way to go about it. Same people said leave 19 alone, but no, we've gone to change 19 and come up with our own legal definition when this could have already been done. Also, myself and others have stood up here and quoted sections of the town code, which we believe some of your rulings have violated. However, we don't get any feedback from the attorney, and the attorney doesn't chime in. So I don't understand why we're flying these people up, why we're spending more and more hours on attorney's fees when $70,000 could have done how many passageways that are blocked by trees right now or that are escape routes. So that's why I think it should be pulled, because I think that there's a major problem. For some reason, we have tens and tens and tens of thousands of dollars that we can keep giving to attorneys, but people's lives that could be in jeopardy don't matter. That's how it comes across.
Thank you,
That's my
Mark.
comment, and I believe you should pull it.
Okay. So any more comments or requests to pull in? Okay, Kathy?
Hi, Kathy Flores, Claus Circle. It's number 9 on the consent calendar. I have a question. I don't get it. So we're adding, let's say, $60,000 on to the parkade improvement?
It's actually the mono alley, the alley that
Right.
leads. Basically, we can save on mobilization costs by getting it done by Maggiore and Gialotti because they're out. If we
Right.
had done it separately, it would be much more expensive.
So it's not adding onto the parkade?
No.
It's because they are in the parkade and that they're going to
And
be
we
doing
save
mono?
mobilization costs.
Okay, so it's not part of the parkade money?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything else, quickly?
I just had a question. I was wondering how long the parkade project is set to go till?
It's actually posted in there, and we have a parkade website, but we're
Okay.
hoping for the end of April. We've
Okay.
had a little more rain than what was anticipated, but you can see they're pretty active out there, and
within the first
so we're
couple
hoping
weeks
the
of
end
May.
of April, but it may extend a week or so because we just keep getting rain.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Stephanie Hellman. I was just, the number 5, the town council goals for 2019, are those disclosed to the public? Are they on the website, or where can we?
It's on the website.
Are they? Okay, that's just a question.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So bringing it back to the council, would someone like to make a motion for the consent calendar?
I move the adoption of the consent calendar.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. So that was Councilmember Ackerman and the second by Councilmember Reed. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on. I just need to adjust a little paper before we get started. We're starting the public hearings, and number 12 is adopting a resolution approving a rate increase for marine sanitary service, and that is item 12 on the agenda. So Garrett, would you like to give the staff report?
Sure. Before I turn it over to R3 Consulting for their independent review and analysis, I thought I'd just share a little background. Per your service contract existing with MSS Marine Sanitary Services, they're allowed every year to submit a rate review application. What that is it's per our operating agreement with them based on fees and based on costs and revenues that they can submit the request. Typically, how that works is a matter of practice. Staff works with members of the Council Zero Waste Subcommittee. In this case, it's Vice Mayor Goddard and Councilmember Lax. And then what we do in conjunction with R3 Consulting, take a look at their findings and then make recommendations to the Council. Should be noted that R3 Consulting and his Garth Schultz, what they do is they're actually also the rate reviewer for the franchisers group. And so the town actually saves some money there because a lot of that base work is done for the franchisers group, so we get to capitalize that for our rate review. One of the things, before I turn it over to Garth for this year, probably need to note that, if you go back to 2005, that's about 15 years ago. And if you look at it over that time period, the last 15 years, including this year, we've had rate increases close to 20%, obviously this one, and twice they were above 20%. But what you'll also notice is over that 15-year period, we had 7 years of which it was zero or actually a negative. 1 year was actually a negative. So what happens is half the time you've had zero, and the other third you had, or a fifth, you had a kind of larger increases. So that lends itself to this roller coaster effect of fees, which is partly due to how we generate the analysis for the methodology. But that's just something to keep in mind of how it's always this roller coaster effect as opposed to something a little more predictable or stable, which then you ask the question to yourselves, is it better to have a 4 or 5% increase each year or just one larger increase every few years? But that's just something to keep in mind. And the other thing is in terms of process, what we'd recommend is you hear from Garth, and then obviously representatives from MSS are here. You should probably hear from them and then ask any questions. And then we'd recommend you conduct the public hearing and then come back for your council discussion. So with that, that concludes the staff report, and I'd like to turn it over to Garth.
Thank you, Garth. And we've talked, we're going to try to keep this as trim, but getting all the high points out.
Absolutely, Mayor. And thank you, Mayor, council members, staff, members of the public. I'm Garth Schultz. I'm with R3 Consulting Group. We are an independent reviewer of rate applications like these. We do many of them here in Marin County and throughout the Bay Area and the state. We only work for local agencies. I don't work for Marin Sanitary Service or any other garbage company. And just quickly, Marin Sanitary Service is your provider of collection, disposal, recycling, and composting here for the town. And these are all the services that are included within the rates that ratepayers pay. The compensation that they receive for their services, as shown on the slide, is through the rates. You set those rates on an annual basis, and that's how they run the operations. And it's a part of a larger suite of services that they provide throughout their customer service area within the Marin County. Folks have seen this in the news. There was an article today. There's been a number of articles over the last several months. There's been a major shift in worldwide economics around recycling. The large impact of this essentially is that there's less money being paid for recyclable materials in the marketplace. We don't see that going anywhere anytime soon. It is essentially a shift back or shift towards less revenue being paid for these materials. I'll skip over some of the details in this, but the long and short of it is China has said they're not going to take contaminated trash from us, California, the nation, and the world anymore. So it's an international market policy. And largely with recycling, we are dealing with commodities that are sold on the international marketplace. And if there's a change in the marketplace, it affects the economics. And that's a significant component of the rate adjustment this year. Jumping into the details of the rate adjustment, the company proposed nearly a 22% rate adjustment, including the changes for the market impacts. After our review of their application, we're recommending 19.85%. This represents about the cost of a cup of coffee a week. Rates have been going up throughout the Bay Area in response to a number of factors. The recycling markets has been one, increasing state regulation focused on greenhouse gas emissions reduction and climate change avoidance is another. And then yet a third is the fact that, you know, we all, and we know folks are doing a good job at recycling and are doing a good job at composting, but over the course of the last 20 or 30 years, we all generate more waste. We get more shipped to our homes. There's more packaging. We're recycling more of it, but we're also generating more overall, and that's also driving it. It's a bit of a pressure cooker. We've seen rate adjustments between 10 and 60% for no less than 20 agencies in the Bay Area over the last 3 years, including in public procurement processes. Just folks always want to know how rates compare. This is how you compare. You're the second from the left green bar. You're the first on the left orange bar, forgive me, slightly below the average for all of Marin County, and that is including the rate adjustment that's proposed before you. So even with this rate adjustment, you will be below the average, and you also receive from Marin Sanitary a very competitive, very forward-thinking service package in terms of the services that are provided for recycling, organics, composting, and compliance with state laws. I will note just the two outliers on this chart, which are shown in red, Novato and West Marin. I've reviewed those rates and I've reviewed the finances of the company that's recently been purchased by Recology. Recology provides service in San Francisco and other areas. Those rates will be going up over the next couple of years. They're well below the cost of providing the service, and I've seen the financials that demonstrate that. Rate adjustments for the agencies on the left are expected to continue in the next couple of years as well, TAM-CSD being one of them, several unmade rate adjustments over time, so they'll be facing a couple very large ones in the next 2 years. This is what that looks like graphically. You're among the Marin Sanitary served agencies. You are second from the lowest, even with this rate adjustment. And really the only difference between you and Las Gallinas is the amount of franchise fees that are included in the rates. Why are rates going up? Primarily, in about a third of the overall rate adjustment is due to the changes in the recycling marketplaces. It's about now $40 per ton to process recyclables after the revenue is included. It used to be $8 for you. Landfill costs are going up. Amounts of landfill generation are going up. Amounts of organics generation are going up. So about a third of the rate adjustment is the post-collection elements, meaning everything that happens after Marin Sanitary collects it from your curb, and largely things that are outside of their control. There are also increases to labor workforce. It's a very competitive market in the driver marketplace. These are unionized workforces. There's also cost increases for insurance, workers' compensation, and fuel went up about 43% from last year to this year as well. So those are the major drivers of the rate increase. This is what that looks like in terms of the actual components that make up the near 20%. And again, labor, benefits, and the garbage, landfilling, organics processing, and recyclables processing are included within that. This is what it looks like for the various single-family residential subscriber sizes here within the town. Again, it's about a cost of a cup of coffee a week. This is what your rates have looked like over time since about 2012, and then the annual average percent rate increase, which is the bar on the right. Your annual increase has been around 5%, which is really pretty much the standard within the industry. And most of the costs are made up of labor and trucks. Trucks have gone up 100% in the last 10 years. There's new state air board regulations governing those, and also the price of steel has increased, and then labor has also increased in a very competitive driver labor market pool. This is what that looks like, and this is what Garrett was mentioning at the beginning of the talk. You have been on this roller coaster ride for some time with no rate increases, sometimes a rate adjustment, and sometimes these large spikes. This is what that looks like for the other MSS, Marine Sanitary Served agencies, it's a lot more controlled, much more around their average trend line. And there's an opportunity there for the town, as Garrett mentioned. And in fact, the Marine Franchisers Group has actually moved forward a new rate adjustment methodology, which all of their agencies, which is San Rafael and the county, Las Gallinas, San Anselmo, and a couple of others, they are moving in this direction. They've adjusted a new methodology to provide for more stability. It's an opportunity for the town to look into this in the coming year and potentially stabilize and make more predictable rates moving forward. And with that, hopefully I'm under your 5 minutes. I'm here for any questions you might have.
Oh, that was amazing, Garth.
So any questions of the council for Garth? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And I think, Patty, will that be you who is speaking on behalf of MSS?
That would be me. I'm Patty Garbarino. I'm proud to say that I'm president of Marin Sanitary Service, Marine Recycling, and Marine Resource Recovery Center. I could not add to the presentation. I think that the depth and breadth that was given to you, albeit brief, was very comprehensive. I'd like to thank the staff for working with us on this application, and if I may, Garth, for, again, the comprehensiveness of the rate application. It has been not to cast aspersions on the prior rate application, but processes or processor, but this has been significantly a sea change of not only the transparency, but the taking a look at all of the aspects of our costs as they compare to others in our industry. So we're very satisfied with the outcome. Regretfully, it's a significant increase, but it's because of the reasons that were mentioned. And this is one of those years when we true up. In some ways, if I could be so bold, I would say that Fairfax has enjoyed lower rates over the last number of years than anyone else in our service area, but still enjoys the quality of service and the breadth and number of different services that we provide, and we're looking forward to the take-back day as well. So I also am remiss in not introducing my colleagues. Over at the end is Roger Williams, our CFO, and Kim Scheibele, many of you know, is with us, and my trusted assistant is here as well. He hates it when I say that, but I say it anyway. So my hero, my dad, Joe. We're all available to answer any questions that you may have. We're looking at a future where, as you heard, there'll be further need for the diversion of organics from the landfill. Depending upon the scientist, organics in the landfill contribute 14 to 90% of greenhouse gas. So with that, again, we're happy to answer any of your questions, and we're very happy to be here to serve you and look forward to doing so into the future. Thanks.
Before you sit down, I just want to see if any council members have any questions. No need. Okay, and I just want to say, I think just my experience has been MSS has really delivered really the best of all the providers
Thank you.
in the county, and there was just a recent letter to the editor which kind of highlighted that.
Yeah.
So thank you for all your efforts. And with that, I will open it up to public comment. Thank you all for coming tonight.
Welcome.
I'm going to open the public hearing right now. And first speaker.
Thank you. I certainly interact with a lot of the employees from Marin Sanitary Service. And as John's comment about the water district, which I actually concur with, I enjoy interacting with the sanitary service. Not only just picking up their mess, not only saying, hey, you know, we've got this, can we work with you? Or saying, oh, you need us to work with you to do something differently? They always accommodate me. They're always available for an understanding. So if you ask for a debris box or a special pickup, or I've got this big mattress that somebody surprised me with, they're always there to help you. And it's really nice. Even when I had the erosion in that creek and I had to build that wall quickly, I contacted everybody around. I couldn't find a diversity of different types of root wads to put into that wall to make different diversity for different fish. Who came through? Joe. He took the time to actually meet me there, drive me around, empty out all these debris boxes that are coming in from all the flood work at his cost and his expense. He picked out the best ones for me, got them in a box, and got them out there to even keep me scheduled for a project that benefits the entire county. And this is how I see Marin Sanitary Service.
Thank you, Michael. Anyone else want to speak on this topic? Mallory?
Hi, I have a question. I think this is much easier for you guys than the last time Patty was here, which a number of years ago. We were very hard on her. I remember that. So I just have a question, and I'm glad that the workers are going to be getting more, an increase in salary. Is that true? And is that for all the workers, the people who do and do they get the same or more increase than the administrators do? Because I think that would be great.
So, Mallory, I don't think that's appropriate to bring that up here. And
why?
Because basically they've talked about labor, and if you want to take it offline and ask them specifics, but we've talked about that labor costs are increasing, and that's the rate structure. So I think if you have specific questions about how their labor is allocated and the
Well,
rate
that's part of our increase, so I don't think it's irrelevant to what we're talking about. And I'm glad.
Well, why don't
that
you just pose your questions, and we'll ask Patty to come up at the end and.
Okay.
do
Well, those are my questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mark.
Somebody's Logitech. Mark Bell, Dominga. Everyone keeps talking about it's only a cup of coffee a week. I just want everyone here and everyone watching to know that I'm open for your coffee donations. Just give me your $5 or $6 that you spend, and you can give that to me every week so I can pay these other people who all want them. Number one, I don't remember my bill going down. Number two, what we heard, I think, or a couple months ago, was that China was no longer accepting plastics due to high contamination. How come we never got a letter from the sanitary district asking us to clean our plastics better because of this issue? And then we paid $25,000 for this study that we just saw in concise 5 minutes. That supposedly was going to save us a fortune. I mean, between 19.85 and 22%, it's not that much, especially with all the coffee money I'll be getting. So I don't understand why we paid the $25,000. And then the other thing is that if the rates are going up and that they are competitive rates, why wasn't this put out for a bid to another company so that we had some type of comparison? I mean, we're spending over $1 million on staff who are supposed to be able to deal with these types of contracts, and I don't understand why we had to farm this out for $25,000. Oh, wait, there's $70,000 additional for attorneys. That's $95,000 we don't need, right?
Thank you, Mark. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Seeing none, Patty, do you want to step up to the mic and just address what you can of the questions that were asked?
Yes, I'll address Valerie's question about increases. We actually...
Mallory? Yes.
Mallory, I'm
Yeah.
so sorry. I think all of us on this end are suffering from the ear and throat and cough thing, if you've heard. Thank God for 7-Eleven down the street and their cough drops. So yes, everyone got across the board pay increase, but if I may, we're moving toward, in our 5, 10, and 20-year plan and in incorporating the next generation of hungry people that want to do the kind of work that we do. We're looking at some merit-based increases down the road and also annual reviews of staff, which we have not had heretofore, but they did get a COLA increase. Everyone got the same one this year. Unless you were elevated to a new position and then you got a raise commensurate with those responsibilities. As far as plastics goes, just to clarify, I'll probably get a nasty letter within the next 48 hours from the plastics industry, but there is virtually no recycling of plastic on the planet. The problem with it is that the processes actually put off dioxins in order to recycle plastic by heating them. So of course what we've done is done it in a third world country where we've exposed other workers to that. So Kim has done a stellar job with her staff in getting the word out on our newly revised website and in mailings, and we're happy to continue to do so. What we need to do is use less. We need to be living like our grandparents, and I know you have been on the forefront as a town council in ridding our waste stream and our environment, including the ocean, of as much as we possibly can and avoiding that contamination from happening. We're a dual sort system, and what's important to remember in that regard, and my father was really the pioneer, as you know, in curbside recycling, but also in sustaining the dual sort system. What really triggered the China sword is the onset of all of the expansion of single stream facilities, which essentially, and my father could do a far better job than I can in describing this, but in the back of the Packer truck, anytime actually in one of our trucks in order to get a greater payload, all of that material is smashed together. Minimally, you have the contamination of all of the glass shards in the paper. Nobody wants that. And China and much of the Indonesian Pacific Rim countries have said, we don't want your trash anymore, because those single stream programs that operate around us have a contamination rate of anywhere from 19 to 30%. And it's just not right to do that to another country. So we've sustained dual sort.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
And thank you, Marin Sanitary. You guys are leaders, and we so appreciate your efforts. And Joe, in particular, has been forging the way for so many years. So thank you very much. I'm closing the public hearing, and I'll bring it back to the council. Would someone like to make a motion?
No, I have a couple comments.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone for listening and learning about the situation we're in, which is really quite critical. The recycling rates and what people are doing with their recycling is increasing. The contamination is also increasing, and the consumption of all stuff is increasing. So our rates in terms of what we're able to divert of the things we are wasting out of landfill are not going higher. They are not increasing. Our diversion numbers, which is what we're working toward, which is as much diversion away from landfill as possible, is not happening because we are consuming and consuming. And just because we're recycling doesn't mean that we are going to reach our goals, which is obviously less to much less consumption. At this point, with China not taking, and many Asian countries closing the doors to us, we don't really have any choice but to look at how we can reuse the resources that are already here and stop purchasing virgin materials. So I want to thank Marin Sanitary for all of the work, the dedication, the weathering of these markets. And I want to really make sure to call your attention to the work that the outreach team is doing at Marin Sanitary. The inserts in our billing, in our bills, are excellent. They are up to the minute in terms of this critical situation that we're in our recycling and in the recycling markets globally. There will be new guidelines that say what you can and cannot put in your recycling. Things are dramatically changing, and we all need to comply. There are also state laws coming around mandatory organics recycling, which are draconian and are going to affect every single one of us, from the consumer to the processor to the municipality and the state regulatory agencies as well. This is a pivotal time. It's actually a tipping point in terms of what we're going to have to do in order to protect ourselves from drowning in our own waste. So Marin Sanitary has done an exceptional job. I know this is a large rate increase. I would tell you from working very closely with these guys that it is well worth what it is that we are asking to pay. And I want to make one final point, and that is that if you look at the rates and you compare the difference between a 20-gallon cart and a 32-gallon cart, this you can find in the report. The report is online. I just want to call this to your attention because you may all want to go home and do this. Our current rate for a 20-gallon cart is $28. For a 32-gallon cart, the current rate is $34. With the change, the 2019 rate will be $34 for the 20-gallon, but it's up to $40 for the 32-gallon. And I would bet that many of you are generating much less than 32 gallons of landfill waste every week. So please take a look at changing the size of your cart. And please do everything you can to get your organic materials out of your landfill cart so that we can start to tip the scales and clean up around us. So thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Peter, did you want to make a brief comment?
Yeah, real briefly, I just want to address the pricing methodology. We have a long-term contract with Marin Sanitary that calls for an annual review and true-ups, and basically it's all of their costs are scrutinized, and our rates are based on what their actual costs are, plus a small guaranteed profit. It is complicated because there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of different cost categories, a lot of room for potential disagreement as to what those costs are, what's a fair return on investment, which affects the rates. And as certain costs go up, our rates go up. As certain costs go down, our rates go down. A few years ago, we did have a cost decrease, and the report outlaid all the things, fuel, labor, and especially the tipping fees, recycling fees. They all went up this year. But it is a very thorough, kind of wonky analysis that we go through every year. Garth does a great job of going through it, explaining it, lots of spreadsheets. It's one of the more tedious things that I do as a council person is reviewing these rates, but they are very fair and very much tied to actuals. And to address one of the concerns Mark raised, in terms of the rate review and the services from R3, that's actually included in our rates, in our contract. We get an allotment to pay for these consulting fees to review it. And R3's review, we paid about $19,000 for their services, but on pages 11 and 12 of the report that they did, they identified about $115,000 in differences between their analysis and Marin Sanitary's analysis of those rates. And so that's what we went with. And even if we factor out the cost of paying R3, we still saved about $90,000 by doing that analysis. So, and that is passed on to everyone in terms of our rates. And it's unfortunate that rates do go up, but they do reflect the actual costs of providing the service. So, so I just wanted to let everyone know that these rates have gone through a lot of scrutiny before coming up with them.
Thank you very much. Those are important points. Renee, did you want to make the motion?
Yes. I would move to not do that. Where's my staff report? I got that. I would move that we adopt a resolution approving a garbage and recycling service rate increase in the town of Fairfax. Or shall I read the whole thing? I think that is an adequate motion.
Does that work?
And what amount?
And would you like to second, Peter?
Yes, and just add that it's in the amount of 19.85%.
Thank you.
Friendly amendment, okay.
And did you want a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, okay, so that was Vice Mayor Goddard motion with Peter Lax with a friendly amendment as second. Thank
And
you.
Joe and Patty and Kim and, I always forget your name. I want to thank you guys so much for coming. Joe, it's really wonderful to see you. I wish we could have heard from you, but next time, okay? Thank you so much. Oh,
Thank
Are
you.
you going to talk to us? Excellent. Thank you, Joe.
Members of the council and mayor, I want you to know that there's only 3 garbage companies in the Bay Area using dual stream. We're selling, all 3 of us, to China, all of our paper, all of our cardboard. In addition, we've added more machinery to shake out more glass and more contaminants that are in the cans. So our problem is that there's no market at all for any plastic, and the markets that we're selling, the post-consumer products, the prices have gone lower. The newspapers are weighed less and less every year. I mean, I get 3 newspapers every day. They don't weigh what the Chronicle weighed 4 or 5 years ago. The tin cans are less in weight. Aluminum cans, glass, all less in weight to save them money from hauling. So I'm proud of what we do, and I'm proud of what you do too, as long as you do it in this late hour. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So moving on. We're moving on to item 13. I just want to point out to folks that the agenda and the materials are on the safe in the hallway. You can't take them, but you can take a look at them. So with this, we're moving on to item 13, adopting a resolution approving the issuance of bonds by California Municipal Financing Authority for the benefit of Mercy Housing, et cetera. And Garrett, did you want to do the staff report? And I think we have someone here from Mercy Housing as well.
That's correct. Before I turn it over to the reps for CMFA, who's the issuer, and Mercy Housing, who obviously is the owner-operator at Bennett House.
You might want to speak a little closer
sure.
and maybe
I'll
not
just-
so fast.
Okay, then.
Slow it down just a little bit. Thank you.
Okay. So, sorry about that. So, I thought we had heard that there's some misunderstanding, confusion on what exactly this action that the council is taking this evening. So, before I turn it over, as I indicated, to CMFA, who's the issuer, and Mercy Housing, who's the owner-operator, I thought I would try to clarify what's happening tonight. So, in essence, what's going on is Mercy Housing, who currently owns Bennett House, is really proposing to get access to tax-exempt financing that allows them to refinance their project and to rehabilitate it. They could go through more detail, but I think their rehabilitation loans, or the financing you're looking at, is about $9.5 million. That might come out to $130,000 per unit, but they can get into more detail. But you're talking a significant rehab to an affordable housing project. And it is 100% affordable. It's a old HUD 202 project. They could talk a little bit more about that. But in essence, the best way to think about this is, in order to gain access to tax-exempt financing, we have to go through this process per IRS code. And in essence, the communities in which projects are located that is seeking this financing has to have a public hearing. They call it a TEFRA hearing. So I've done these before, and it is a little confusing, but the bottom line is the responsibility for the debt falls on the issuer and Mercy Housing. The town assumes no financial, legal obligation or any obligation at all with respect to the financing, other than you are required to conduct a public hearing, and that's what we're doing this evening. Some things to keep in mind, which I'm sure they'll go over, is by doing this project, actually Mercy Housing may have to restructure who exactly owns it. It's usually affiliate or wholly owned subsidiary, but that's actually going to extend the affordability for another 55 years to, I forget what year they said, 2070 something. And so typically in my experience for these projects that are older, at about 20, 30 year mark, usually you need to rehab them. You rehab them by accessing this type of financing, and then you increase the affordability, plus you create a better quality of living situation for those tenants. So with that, I think I hopefully clarified, no obligation for the town. It's just an action we have to take per tax code. So what I would suggest is you hear from reps from CMFA, Mercy Housing, because there is question about what that all means in terms of rehab, and then open the public hearing. Well, first of all, ask any questions, open the public hearing, and then have your discussion. So with that, that's the staff report.
Okay, just, it's my understanding, Mercy Housing is not selling the property. They're basically refinancing and also doing some rehab. That's correct, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and I would suggest, because that we have Mercy Housing first go over what they plan to do with the rehab before we get into the bond financing, and I'm hoping we can keep the bond financing to a minimum. So could we have Mercy Housing?
Quick question.
Yes.
So I've heard concern of displacement or...
Well, why don't we wait till the Mercy Housing person comes?
Okay, I can ask them.
Because I think they'll be talking. Who is here from Mercy Housing? So could you come up to the podium and introduce yourself and explain what the rehab will be? People have been concerned that people would be relocated, moved out, those kinds of things. So, and I go to a meeting there every month, so I'd like to hear about it as well.
Yeah, sure thing. Thank you, staff, council members, and mayor. Quick introduction. My name is Jesse Ozanian. I'm a project manager at Mercy Housing California. I'm assigned to the Bennett House renovation. Quick background on Mercy Housing. So Mercy Housing's a national affordable housing developer headquartered in Denver. Mercy Housing California is the largest regional division of Mercy Housing, Inc. We have over 130 properties that are affordable communities that we've developed and operated, continue to operate. We have offices in Sacramento, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. Bennett House was constructed in 1986, originally with HUD 202 financing. The HUD 202 financing restricts occupancy to low-income seniors and persons with disabilities. It also has 100% project-based Section 8 subsidy. The property, being over 30 years old, has normal wear and tear of a property, any property over 30 years old that we are trying to address with the renovation. And I say renovation, but I really mean deferred maintenance. And we're hoping to extend the life with the renovation. Of note, if you've seen Bennett House or drove by, you'll notice that the exterior stucco is failing. You can see the elastomeric paint is holding water in, it's basically bubbling up, so that's going to be one of our major scope items we plan to address with the renovation. The other item we plan to address is conditioning residential units. Right now they have gas furnaces, but they're not conditioned, so with the weather getting warmer, we want to provide that amenity to them. The renovation will be funded by tax credits, and a mortgage, and the bond financing that we went over. This is kind of the normal course of business to complete these renovations of affordable housing developments. A couple items I'll touch on. I think I mentioned or heard a couple questions about them. As far as the rents, so with the project-based subsidy, that's on 100% of the units, HUD restricts rent for the resident at 30% of their income. So they only pay 30% of their income towards rent. The renovation isn't going to change that. We're still restricted by HUD to maintain that restriction, so there won't be any increase of resident rent that will help pay for the renovation. The property will transfer to a new Mercy limited partner. So Mercy will be the managing general partner of that limited partnership. We're going to bring an investor in, and that's kind of just the logistics of us utilizing the tax credits, the federal tax credits we're applying for. Again, it's a similar structure for all of the affordable housing developments we complete. As I think Garrett mentioned, we're entering into a new deed restriction. We have we're still restricted by HUD, the original HUD financing. The new tax credits will extend the restriction for 55 years, so I think that will expire in 2074. So it's our long-term goal to continue to provide affordable housing at Bennett House. We're in it for the long game. And my last, item, residents will remain in their units. We're not kicking them out. We're not even putting them in different units. Some of them have been there for 30 years. They like their neighbors. They're going to continue to be in the same unit they're in after the renovation. I've started, well, once we knew the project, the renovation was feasible, we started community meetings at the site starting back in July of 2018 to let them know kind of what we're thinking, what our options are, kind of update them on the schedule and timeline, and to field any questions. So I've been continuously holding those meetings to get the resident input and to make a renovation that will work for everybody. I think this is a very positive thing. We're preserving affordable housing, which, you know, for Mercy at least, with 130 properties, there's a lot, and it's going to be coming up more and more as we develop and continue to maintain. So I really like the property. I know I've talked to the residents there. They love where they're at. They want to live there a long time. It's great. It's about 2 blocks from downtown Fairfax. There's a market right by it. So everybody I talk to there are really excited to live there, and we think this is going to be a big positive for the community there. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I want to thank you all for your time. I have Travis Cooper from CMFA that can answer any bond specific questions, but I can answer any general questions folks may have.
So do council members have general questions?
I just have a question that when you look at $30 million, it makes you wonder what that's for. It seems like an extraordinary amount of money for the renovation that you're talking about. So can you explain how that breaks down, where that money goes? Sure.
So that's going to be for the construction loan amount, so we'll pay it off. It's not going to be the mortgage amount, but we're looking at about, estimating about $8 million in, $8 or $9 million in the renovation. We have reserves we have to fund, architecture fees and engineering fees we have to pay. And that will all be paid off, you know, as a general construction loan. We're going to convert that into the mortgage, which is going to be, I think I last saw it at about $8 or $9 million. So that's kind of the general idea, if that helps.
Yeah, it does. Thanks.
Sure.
Peter?
Is any of the $30 million, is that for acquisition of the property?
It does include acquisition, yeah.
And how does that work? Who's buying it from whom?
So the new Mercy entity that we're setting up is going to buy it from the seller, which is also the Mercy entity. So it's basically a transfer from seller to owner. The property, we put together an appraised value of about $25 million. And we use that to leverage the tax credit. So that generates basis and it gets more investor equity into the deal that helps us pay for the renovation.
But what happens to the money for the acquisition that goes to Mercy?
That goes to Mercy. So a lot of it's brought back into the property. So the seller is going to be contributing about $10 million back into the renovation to complete the repairs. There's about a $4 million bond that's outstanding that we plan to pay off with the assumed debt. There's a portion, I think we're at about $4 million that's going to go back into Mercy to further our mission and to develop future affordable housing in California.
And if this transaction wasn't happening and these new bonds issuing and so forth, the current deed restrictions, how long would those last for? I assume these were the deed restrictions that were imposed when the project was approved?
Sure. So we're still restricted by the HUD 202 agreement. I think that is set to expire in 7 years, the last I checked. From the information I could gather, our HUD Section 8 contract expires in 12 years. As part of the renovation, we're actually going to extend that out another 20 years. And the new tax credits we're bringing in will extend it out another 55 years.
So theoretically, if this renovation wasn't going on and you weren't getting these HUD financing and these additional deed restrictions on affordability, then 12 years out from now, it could have reverted back to market rate housing?
Correct.
So this bond will actually extend the deed restrictions, setting it aside as low-income housing for what, another 40 years or 30 years?
55.
55.
55. Okay, and then, okay, thanks. Those are the questions I had.
Well, let's let John, okay, I have something, but go ahead.
This is for the representative from CMFA.
Well, why don't we wait till she speaks?
Oh, are you planning to speak separately or just for questions? Okay, I'll wait then.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions.
Sure.
One is, so I was there, help delivering food around Thanksgiving for the Thanksgiving event.
Great.
There was a major huge pipe burst. So I'm assuming part of the renovation work will be to maybe upgrade or fix some of the aging infrastructure since that's been there a long time. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah. We narrowed that down to, I think, the isolation valves, which we believe are faulty. So when you tried to switch off water, there was a leak. We have a couple reports that I've sent out to my architect and his consultants. So we recently brought an architect on board. The previous one had to leave due to health concerns, but I am aware of that issue, and that'll be addressed in the renovation.
And just your new resident manager, Susanna, is a breath of fresh air. She's amazing, and I think that was her second week there when that happened, and I came in and said, "Thank God you're here," as water was pouring. We're trying to deliver food. She was great. But I also want to ask, my understanding of the schedule, it was something like completing some of the renovations by September. We want to start what are called congregate meals again, which are senior lunches we want to do there. And we were told that at least the meeting area wouldn't be available till September. Is that correct? Or do you know that level of detail? It's okay if you don't.
No, we're currently estimating this construction start in August right now.
Okay.
So it should be available until August. We're thinking the construction will probably take 10 months. So we'll probably set up the community room as a place for folks to go. We'll put some amenities and some activities for folks during the time. So it might be pretty busy in that construction period.
Okay.
But until at least August, you should be fine to continue.
Well, the county wants us to wait, and we were told September. So that's something we can talk to Suzanne about.
Sure.
But the last thing I want to mention is I sit on the board of Marin Clean Energy. It's also called MCE. It's a community choice aggregate for clean electric power. And we have a program called the Low Income for Tenants, something else. It's called LIFT. Anyway, and that is for multifamily, low-income housing for energy efficiency upgrades.
Oh, wow.
And so I think as part of what you're doing, and you can contact me if you want the link or who to talk to at MCE, but I really think it might be a great opportunity to do some energy efficiency upgrades. And because you're part multifamily, low income, very low income, I think it would be a really nice fit for MCE to partner with you, and it does provide some money.
Yeah, no, that's great. We'll definitely look into that. We are required by the tax credits to improve energy efficiency by 10%.
Okay.
So that's one of our goals, and that could very well help us get there.
Well, my email's on the website, or you can contact Garrett or somebody if I can send you the links.
Great.
So
yeah,
that would be great.
Appreciate that.
And I would call up your bond finance CMFA person, and you want to come up and maybe just introduce yourself. I don't know that we need, as much as we would love to hear the gruesome detail on the bond financing, but maybe you can just be here for questions. But if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
Sure. My name is Travis Cooper. I'm with CMFA, the California Municipal Finance Authority. We're the bond issuer. I don't know if you do want me to cover some things about. I can answer any questions if that's all you'd like.
Why don't we do that?
Okay.
And if the questions mean that you have to do more explanation, let's do that. Renee, you had a question?
It's pretty simple, but in our staff report it says that with respect to the town of Fairfax, it's expected that a portion of the issuance fee attributable to the town would be granted by the CMFA to the general fund of the town, and such grant may be used for any lawful purpose of the town. What is that?
So we have a
issuance?
nonprofit entity. The CMFA has given over $12 million to nonprofits throughout California. As part of our fee sharing, we also always, with our issuance fee, we give back to the local communities. So that goes to your general fund. I think the amount in this case is approximately $13,000 will go back to your general fund. So it's kind of our way of partnering with cities and counties.
Well, that's great. Thank you. That might be something that we think about for our covering some of our senior programs with that 13th. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
So I'd like to open the public hearing. And if anyone would like to speak on this topic, please step up to the podium. Well, Wendy.
It's a question. I just wanted a clarification. I thought I understood that. I understand that residents won't get displaced during construction, but I just wanted that to be clarified, that actually during the construction process, what happens with residents who are there.
Do you want to come up to the podium? I think you already mentioned it, but maybe just clarify again that they won't be moved and they'll be in their units.
Well, they are returning to their units, their original units. During the renovation, we still need to figure out kind of the best course of action. There's really two ways to complete the necessary repairs since we're getting into the windows and doing new flooring. So one option is to relocate for a period of time. We're estimating that the construction per phases are about 3 to 4 units at a time. It's going to take about a week, maybe 2 weeks. And so during that time, one option is to temporarily relocate them to an apartment or a hotel so we can get in there, contractors can do their thing and not disturb the resident and get out when the resident comes back to their unit. The second option is called an in-place renovation. So we're exploring if we can do this as well. It's basically the contract gets in there, the resident moves things around, they have to be out of their unit from 9 to 5, and we would set up the community room to, and put together vouchers for activities for residents to do so we can get in there and complete the necessary repairs. So those are the two options we have. We're still deciding, trying to figure out the best option for the population. And I think once we get a contractor on board and they tell us what they think they can do, that'll inform that decision.
Thank you.
Sure.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, Frank Yeager, 13 Meadow Way. I've been a member of the parish that donated the 2.5 acres to build the Bennett House back in the late 80s to Catholic Social Services. So I'm speaking for myself, and I'm also speaking for the parish. I urge you to continue this item until the community questions are answered. It's going to be difficult rehabilitating a unit with residents in them. Now, we've heard they may move to a hotel or another unit. I think we have to know exactly where they're going and who's going to safeguard their possessions during the rehabilitation. And will they get the same unit back? It's fine to say, yes, they will, but we need to see all of this in writing. Will their rent go up? Now, we need to see a list of the current rents by unit, not this, well, it's 30% of your income. So who's looking out for the tenant's rights? Actually, Fairfax should. Another question is, should Fairfax have rent control for senior citizen projects in place before the sale? When St. Rita donated the 2.5 acres to build the 70 units, St. Rita gave up all future development rights on the remaining 2.5 acres. They transferred all of the residential development rights to the Bennett House and gave them the property. No one has had the courtesy to notify the parish. If the rehabilitation is 10,000, then the question is, where's, I'm sorry, 10 million, and the question is, where's the other 20 million going? You've heard a few things about 4 million here or 9 million there, but I think we need to see this all in writing, very specific. From everything I've read so far, the Bennett House will be a cash cow for the Colorado-based Mercy Housing. This from a Fairfax resident who wasn't able to be here tonight. He says, in addition to the legal complexities and contingent liabilities inherent in public finance transactions, issuing municipal revenue bonds affects a municipality's credit rating, as does having loans and indebtedness for individuals. There is no reason for Fairfax to get involved in this matter and transaction as potential and contingent liability matters adversely affect every Fairfax resident and taxpayer. This form of finance is a scam engineered by fat cat Wall Streeters, where he worked for 30 years. The fat cat Wall Streeters solely for their own financial benefit. It has nothing to do with affordable housing and everything to do with greed and scamming others in the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse me, would somebody else like to speak?
Valerie Hood, Fairfax. I also have a concern too, and that is that the town will be liable if they default. So you're talking about floating this for them for $30 million. Is that correct?
The town will not be liable.
Well, I've called 2 lawyers and asked about this. I don't know what your lawyer says, and I'm not always sure I always agree with her. But I think you really need to look into that, okay? Because that's what I've been advised, and I live here, and I don't want to see our town go down because of a loan like this. And when I hear that the value of this is $9 million, but they want to borrow $30 million, it just makes me wonder what is going on with that extra money. I don't think we've really gotten all the details. I don't think it's really clear. I mean, I hear the story sounds good, but sometimes we know stories turn into something different than that. And we've seen a lot of that all around the country. And I don't know these people, and I don't know that you really know them. So I'd just like you to be extremely careful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I want to say that I agree with both Valerie and what Frank said. And I think to get an answer that we just got from the speaker, the original person, about, well, it's general and blah, blah, blah. I want to see a very specific budget about $30 million as well, but a really specific budget before we do anything. And I would like to also get some other input by other attorneys to see what does happen if they default, and what happens to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anyone else want to speak on this subject? Michael?
A couple things. One, it's a good thing to come back and renovate the property. It benefits all the tenants. Two, the way that we come up with that money affordable is by doing things for the general good that we can then sell as offset the depreciation, but basically you can sell like a tax credit in different programs depending on what it does, so it can actually offset your income between your bracket up to 100% of what you expense depending on how they finance it. That said, I do think it's good to extend it because after 55 years, it can revert back to market rate housing, and I don't think you can even prohibit that. So if this does extend that 55 years, it does protect that. However, that does mean the town, through its services offered, also subsidizes that for the next 55 years, which should give you the right to say, well, what are you doing with this money? How much do you need for the improvements? Then why don't we keep the bond to a smaller amount and allocate that to this project? So as much as I encourage you to support this transaction of how it may or may not be delivered, I do think it's prudent to say, okay, well, let's not borrow more unless we know where it's going to go. If they come back and say, oh, well, hey, by the way, we're going to drop $10 million to help offset the cost for Victory Village because we can put this in your program, that benefits the town. But otherwise, we do need to know that amount. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we do want to get through this, so let's, did you want to speak to a couple of the items? I think some of the items, come on up.
Yeah. Oops, Madam Mayor, if I can make a
Yes.
couple of comments before Travis speaks. So
Yes.
I think in the beginning of my presentation, I talked about the misunderstanding and perhaps some confusion over what's really going on. And I think what I should have mentioned is think about this as what it is Mercy Housing is seeking a different mortgage to finance its improvements. Yeah, there's tax credits involved, there's other things, but the town's not involved with that transaction. I think the confusion is people said to somebody, hey, they're doing a revenue bond. Well, yeah, if you're a community, a revenue bond would mean as a city that maybe you're designating a certain revenue source to repay that bond, and ultimately the town would be on the hook because in essence you're guaranteeing that's that revenue stream. But this isn't that case. What this is a separate transaction with Mercy Housing. The town's not a party to any of the agreements. We're not offering or guaranteeing any of this financing. Think of it as your home mortgage. You get a mortgage, you're responsible for making payments. Your property is a collateral, so that's what the bank or whoever can go after. This is a little different because in terms of the structure, what would be if there was ever a default, which I don't know if that's ever really happened with these nonprofits per se in these structures, is that the entity would actually replace a nonprofit with another operator to ensure that, and the restrictions all stay there in place. So just, it seems like everyone's thinking the town's somehow involved in transaction. Other than public hearing, the town has nothing to do with this transaction. We're not a party to the bonds, we're not issuing anything, we're not dedicating any revenue resources. It's a typical process that happens for nonprofits as you go through and they refinance long-term for their projects. As he indicated, the project is 20, 30, I guess 30 years old. As with anything, at your 20, 30-year mark, you need to refinance because you need to make improvements. And what happens is the money sources require another extension of the affordability. The affordability is required by the tax credits, so it's actually there, and theirs happens to be Section 8, meaning household has to be at 50% of median, but they pay no more than 30% of their income toward the rent. That's considered affordable. So I think it's important just to remember this is a separate thing. It's like a home mortgage. They're responsible, not the town. But I think Travis could probably explain that much better.
Travis, would you like to explain that?
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate what Garrett said, is this is essentially a private loan between the borrower and their bank. The interest on the loan is tax exempt because it's a nonprofit, and it's an affordable housing project. And so because of that, the IRS requires that a public hearing be held, and so that's why we're here today doing the public hearing. And they also require that the town approve CMFA as the issuer. So under the city, the town is under no obligation whatsoever. If there's a default on the project, what will happen is the bank will take over the project. They'll put a new nonprofit to run the project, and they'll take it from there. It doesn't fall upon the city. The city won't the town won't step in or anything like that. We've done over 400 issuances for affordable housing projects throughout the state of California. Since 2004, we've never had a default. There hasn't been a default in the state of California on an affordable housing project in 15 years. So it's a stable, it's a great project, and that's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. And so is there any more speakers on this topic who haven't spoken? Hello.
Hi. Good evening, Council, Mayor, and staff. My name is Jackie Hoffman. I am here as a 35-year resident of Fairfax. I also happen to be a 22-year employee of Mercy Housing Management Group, different division from the one that Jesse works with, but we collaborate together. And I assure you that I work statewide, and I've worked with Jesse and his team to renovate many of our properties and restructure them for long-term viability. There's a deep commitment at Mercy Housing to provide affordable housing, to not increase rents. In fact, we now have a commitment statewide that any of our units, if they undergo or need to undergo for any reason an increase of over 5%, we engage in quite a lengthy process to evaluate that. See, that's on the agenda for tonight as well. So there's a deep commitment to this. The rents at Bennett House, because they're structured on the PRAC 202, they're all set. It's not, there's a variable rent per unit. We're not changing the rents and the impact to the residents. It's set based on the unit size, a studio or a one-bedroom. And we have an in-house team, a resyndication team that very carefully collaborates with residents to do what's most comfortable for them during the renovation. And we go out of our way to partner with the community and get their input. I think Jesse has described that. So again, as a Fairfax resident, I'm really proud of the fact that Bennett House is here. And I am grateful that we're collaborating to make this an improvement in the community. We're very concerned about the peeling walls exterior, and that is something that we've been required from the operations budget to commit large amounts of money at HUD's request into the reserve account to be able to keep that fixed. This is going to create a permanent fix, so we won't be putting that money away.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I just want to make two real quick clarifications. It's regarding relocation. We have an in-house Mercy Housing relocation team. The residents have relocation law to take care of them, which means the developer pays all the out-of-pocket expenses required for the relocation. So we pay for the off-site units, we pay for the moving, we pay for the boxes. This being a senior property, we're going to actually pay for the packing assistance and have somebody help pack the belongings if it's the case that we have to do the off-site relocation. So just, we have support there and we're willing to work with the residents. The other thing I wanted to mention with the 30 million, I know it's a big number. We decided to put it at a high number just to make sure there was no way the amount would go over it. So it's a little bit overinflated. The bond amount I'm looking at right now is more around 25 million. And again, that's going to go into paying off the loans, put back into services, and to really help the property financially. So all in all, I think it's going to be a very good benefit for the property. So that's all I'll say about it.
And Jesse, again, what is who's actually going to be buying these bonds?
It's going to be a private lender. So Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Chase has bought them in the past for similar deals. So we go out to private lenders for that.
Okay.
So would someone else like to speak on this topic?
Hello, my name is Ford Fish. I'm a local resident, also a member of St. Rita's, and I also happen to be on the board of Mercy Housing and run the real estate committee there. And I can assure you what we're doing here is very typical of what we do with any project that gets to be 30 years in life. And if we weren't doing it, there'd be something wrong. We wouldn't be doing it our job. The project, as you cited, has deficiencies that need to be fixed. And there are older residents there, disabled residents, they need to have the facility brought up to speed for them. There is no more regulated business than the business that we do. And I've seen all the numbers on this project. And Mercy is not taking a lot of money away to do something secretive with. It's going back into the project. There is a little bit of money, around $5 million, that is being held in a reserve account to help fund the services. One thing that's unique about Mercy Housing is that we actually provide services for all of our facilities. Services for seniors and disabled is very important. It sounds like you've experienced that from the resident staff that we have there. There's nothing unusual about this. There really is no risk that I can see to the town. I think you're hearing that from Garrett and you heard it from our bond consultant. And I would encourage you not to delay this over fear-mongering. Let's just get this approved so that we can move forward and give people a better place to live and improve the condition of the building, not just for the residents, but also for the community. There's nothing unusual about what we're doing here. It's standard operation. And all of our tenants who we relocate end up at the end of the day being very happy about the outcomes. And we treat them very carefully because they are family to us. That's what Mercy's all about. These are our family that we're working with. And I'm happy to answer any questions about Mercy Housing if you would like.
I just want to ask one thing. How long has Mercy Housing kind of operated or managed Bennett House?
30 years. We developed it 30 years ago.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And you mentioned you're also a parishioner at St. Rita's?
I'm a parishioner at St. Rita's. I'm also on the the county task force for the chronic homeless. And I can assure you that if we didn't have places like Bennett House, we'd have a lot more seniors homeless. Unfortunately, there are a lot homeless. So this is what we should be doing in a county, is having facilities like this, like Victory Village. It took a long time to get there, but it's great that it finally made it over the finish line. And hopefully we'll have more projects like this, not fewer.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Liesl, did you want to speak on this item?
Yeah, I'll just try to be quick. You know, so my name is Liesl Blash. I live at 22 Pacheco Avenue in Fairfax, and I've been kind of tracking this and learning a lot about it. And I just wanted to say I called a whole lot of people about this because I needed to understand it better. And I really feel grateful that so many people from Mercy Housing, from the town, and from other agencies were willing to talk to me immediately and explain what was to me a rather complicated topic. So I feel like that's really great. It is complicated. I'm glad we're hearing a better explanation of it tonight. The way I see it, it's like, you know, the town isn't losing anything by just holding this hearing and letting this go forward. So I'm not really sure why we're fussing about it. You know, I'm also going to mention that one of the first tenants of that property is somebody who went to high school with my partner. So I do know that local people live there and it's very important to them. And I'd really like to see it stay affordable. What Mercy Housing does with their money, I feel like is their business. We're not incurring any risk as a result. And if they're going to use it to provide services or build more affordable housing, I say more power to them. But let's go ahead and get better housing for these residents and improve their living standards and extend the affordability for another 55 years. That sounds wonderful. It's really a local treasure. We've all heard stories from people at Bennett House, and we can't really afford to let it, you know, not be affordable. So I would just say let's go to it. And yeah, sure, I'd love to hear, you know, exactly what they're going to do with all the money, but it's not really that relevant to the town at this point. So as long as they do a good job, they are good to the tenants, and they make it a better property, I think it's a good thing.
Thank you. Jessica, did you want to speak on this topic?
Yeah, I have a question. If it's $9 million going to renovation of the Bennett House, why can't this thing just cost $9 million? I mean, and it does seem like there is some liability with Fairfax. You know, you say that the property covers, you know, oh, if the payments aren't made, you offer them the property. But if the property is only worth $9 million or something, you're taking $30 million out, there is a liability there. And
there isn't a liability, and I've actually added we have a supplement which further clarifies that we're not accepting any liability, and so we'll bring that up when we bring it back.
Okay.
But they also have talked about it's more than $9 million, so thank you.
I think it was 25 million, is that what you said? The value of the property?
Well, let's just...
Yes.
So Jessica, did you want to finish up?
Well, it was just the amount of the renovations. It seems like that's what the amount should be.
There's also refinancing and other costs.
But there was an investor involved and...
Tax credits involve investors, so that's how they work.
Okay.
Thank you. Did anyone else want to speak on this topic? I'd like to bring it back to the council, and I want to mention to the council that we have a supplement, and there's also one out there. I've asked that we add a new whereas, and the whereas in the resolution says, whereas the town of Fairfax will have no financial, legal, moral obligations, liability, or responsibility for the project or the repayment of the bonds for financing of the project. So that was added. So I'd like to bring it back to the council, close the public hearing. And would anybody like to make a comment or a motion or both?
Sure, go ahead. You first, Bert.
Well, I wanted to just make two quick observations, just to try to, as briefly as possible, state what I'm hearing here. One, and from reading the staff report, which I'm comfortable with what we're considering doing here. As far as Fairfax having no financial or legal or moral obligation, the reason for that, as I understand it, is because this transaction, which doesn't have anything to do with Fairfax, this transaction is going to involve a tax-free bond. And so that means that somebody is not paying taxes to a government, to whatever level of government that would be. And therefore, understandably, there's something in the law that says that a representative of the local government, that's us, has to basically give our stamp of approval to the fact that it does make sense for this to be a tax-free thing. Doesn't mean we're a part of it at all in any way, shape, or form. We just do this formality of giving our approval to the fact that it can be a tax-free transaction. So that's the reason that we can actually sit here and say, yes, that's okay, and yet we're not involved in the transaction, we're not liable. So I'm comfortable with that. I understand these are complicated transactions, and I don't think we need to understand all the details of the transaction, but that's our role in it, and it's very specific. And then as far as the details of the expenses that it would incur to do this project, and the fact that they sound a little kind of round ballpark figures at this point, of course, that would seem odd that they would be these round ballpark figures, but what I've heard and what I've read is that what we are giving our stamp of approval on is up to $30,000 but that's not necessarily the amount that the loan will be, 30 million. But that's not necessarily the amount. The amount may be less than that. When the amount is when all the details are worked out, then the amount will be exact, and it'll be less than 30 million. And that's why right now the details don't have to be all worked out. We're just giving our stamp of approval for up to 30 million could be done as a tax-free transaction. So if that's at all helpful in just trying to quell our fears that somehow we're getting mixed up in something that we don't understand, that's what I think we're doing here, and it's fairly straightforward, and I do support it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I echo Bruce's comments, and I also actually looked up 26 USC 147F, the IRS code that requires this approval by us. I read it, and it's a requirement that we approve it as a local government jurisdiction, but nowhere in the code section does it put any liability on us. So I'm confident we're not facing any liability. Ultimately, that's between Mercy Housing and the bond purchasers. If there's something funky about the bonds, Chase or Bank of America can look after their interests. Our job is we have to just give this approval. I think it's, I don't think we need to worry about micromanaging the transitions. The tenants have, their leases to protect them. And Mercy's done just an exemplary job of running Bennett House for 30 years and really providing a very caring environment. So I'm confident that they'll manage to look after the tenants very, very equitably during this transition. And also, if we didn't do this, if Mercy didn't extend this, then these deed restrictions and rent control for low-income senior housing would expire in maybe outwards of 12 years, and the property could be sold to, a private company that could, turn it into condos or something. So it really is extending low-income senior subsidized housing for 55 more years. It's creating a new energy-efficient, better place for people to live. It's not costing Fairfax anything. And it's complicated, and I appreciate Mercy, and I didn't catch your name, sir, thank you, coming out and explaining the bond process. But I feel very confident that this is zero risk to Fairfax, and it's a very good thing to do to allow Bennett House to thrive for another 55 years.
Thank you, Peter. Just briefly, John?
Yeah. I'd like to touch, I think this is a good thing. Mercy Housing is doing the right thing, and it's helping affordable housing in our community for a good stretch going into the future, which is good. And the IRS rules say that they need a local body that has the ability to hold a public hearing to do so, and that's what we're doing here tonight. But I wanted to say, one particular thing. When I was first elected to this council, I looked at where this town did its banking, its financial, got its financial services from, and I hear that, you're looking at maybe Chase or Wells Fargo. We also heard earlier, I don't know if you're here during open time, but they were saying, okay, they're the biggest, oil extraction companies around, supporters around. And I would encourage, what I did here, we looked for rebids from Bank of America, which is where the town had its money, as well as many other banking institutions, and got bids from everybody. And Bank of America came back with a bid of half of what they had been charging, but they were still higher than just about anybody else. Bank of Marin, who has stellar reinvestment in the community, was a very good and stellar banking thing, and also First Federal, which is another local bank, does a lot of real estate projects. So I would encourage you to look to local bankers if they have the capacity to finance something like this.
Thank you, John. Would somebody, Peter, maybe you want to make the motion?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion with the amendment that Barbara added in our supplement to adopt a resolution approving the issuance of bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority for the benefit of Mercy Housing California 84 Limited Partnership to provide for the financing of the Bennett House Apartments affordable housing project with no financial obligation to the town, solely for the purposes of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA, IRS Code, and the California Government Code Section 6500.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that was Lax made the motion and Ackerman second. And I want to thank people from Mercy Housing and CMFA for coming out tonight. And I look forward to continued meetings at Mercy Housing. You may know that our Rosie the Riveter, Phyllis Gould, lives in Bennett House. She's a friend of mine, and she's 97 and still working hard to get a Rosie the Riveter Day. So, on the calendar. Thank you. Okay. We're going to item 14 now, which is consider a resolution granting a driveway with variance per town code, etc., to construct a 33-foot wide driveway, etc. So I would say it looks like Linda Neal, principal planner, is not here, so I'm assuming Ben Berto would be doing the staff report.
Yes,
who
thank
is
you.
our planning director.
Yes, we decided to give Linda the night off since I have the next item as well, and we would spare her the time. Linda's a very hardworking individual. So what you have before you is... yes.
Yeah, let's speak, I know sometimes we know the subject. I want you to go quickly, but succinctly, but clearly, so everybody can hear and understand.
Okay, make sure I'm speaking loudly enough. I apologize if I do mumble. On March 21st, the Planning Commission approved a Hill Area residential development permit and encroachment permit of variance and a design review permit for a new 2,100 square foot house located at 251 Scenic Road on a vacant parcel of 6,300 square feet. This parcel is very steep. It has an approximately 60% average slope. Town code requires that if the required parking exceeds 20 feet in length, that the town council must approve any variance to that maximum width. And the 60-degree slope of the lot required that instead of having your typical stacked parking, otherwise known as tandem, for the 3 required parking spaces, the house would have exceeded the 35-foot maximum height. And therefore, the applicant did what the site topography required and placed the perpendicular parking side by side. So instead of having your standard 2-car width two-car 20-foot width for a driveway. This one, the requested driveway is 33 feet in width. It's understandable why the town doesn't encourage wide driveways. They tend to dominate the parking area, and the vehicles tend to dominate your streetscape. But in this case, because of the steepness of the slope and the need to stay within the town's maximum height limit, the necessity to putting the parking spaces side by side, which drives that 33-foot requested width, is understandable. And therefore, staff recommends that your town council adopt the resolution approving the 13-foot variance for a 33-foot wide driveway. And if you have any questions, I'm prepared to answer them.
I just have one question for our town clerk. This is a public hearing, and what I don't see on the staff report is to conduct a public hearing. It is a public hearing, though, correct?
Yes, you are correct.
All right. Well, it's a good thing I'm on top
Good
of something
catch.
tonight.
Wow.
Thank you very much. Okay, so in the future when we have public hearings, let's make that clear just so I don't mess up for my ear. Thank you. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Would anybody like to comment on this item? Okay, one commenter. Please step up to the podium.
Hello. My only comment is maybe if a variance for 2,100 square feet is required for the parking, maybe the site is not suitable for a 2,100 square foot improvement, and maybe the improvement should be downsized. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bringing it back, so that was something that was in the Planning Commission's purview. We're just dealing with the driveway. And the
Correct.
Planning Commission did approve that project.
That is correct.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing, seeing no other speakers, and bringing it back to the council. Did any deliberations, or would someone like to make a motion?
Like to make a motion that we adopt a resolution granting a variance for an overwidth driveway at 251 Scenic Road to allow for a 33-foot wide driveway that exceeds the permitted 20-foot driveway width by 13 feet.
Just a question of, I guess, council or town clerk, do we need to have the details of the town code in that? The subject.
Read the town code numbers.
A resolution isn't like an ordinance where you have to read the title
All
exactly.
right, thank you for that clarification. Who would like to second?
I'd be happy to second with a note that the assessor's parcel number up in this subject is different than the assessor's parcel number down in the attachment list. Just because I only know that because I tried to look it up on Marin Map. There you go.
So Ben,
anyway, but I would second that.
Okay,
I think it's
well-
not a problem with this.
We'll resolve that discrepancy in the version to get your signature.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the assessors.
Okay, well, thank you, Eagle Eyes, for
Okay.
doing that checking.
Sorry, well, and then I'll second.
All right, so that would be Goddard made the motion, second Reed with a clarification, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none? Okay, moving on. Okay, our next item. Very good. Okay. Introduce and read by title only an ordinance amending town code chapters in chapter 17, reducing the allowable maximum home size 5,000 square feet to 3,500 square feet. And I don't know if this is Ben or Garrett doing the staff report.
I'll be making the staff presentation. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The town council has, for the last 2 years, listed development of an ordinance to reduce the maximum house size in Fairfax as one of its goals. And it directed the Planning Commission to review this item. The Planning Commission considered it over 5 hearings and was unable to come up with a recommendation. The Town Council then took up this matter at their December 5th and February 5th meetings. At the February meeting, the Council directed staff to return with an ordinance that reduced the maximum single-family residential floor area from its current 5,000 square feet to 3,500 square feet, and address issues including non-conforming properties and green building provisions. The proposed ordinance would reduce the cap on total structural square footage for single-family and duplex properties to 3,500 square feet. It would include the area of all accessory units except for an exclusion for one accessory structure of 120 square feet or less that features no utilities. And the current exclusions for garages of the first 500 square feet of garage area for a single-family residence and 800 square feet of garage area for a duplex. That much was clear in the Council's direction. The 3,500 square foot floor area limit would apply to new residences. In addition, staff in forging ahead with this ordinance looked at what the council had discussed on other aspects, and the key issues that remained had to do with how to apply this 3,500 square foot limit to existing structures, existing developed properties. And based on the discussion, staff has developed an ordinance which would apply the 3,500 square foot limit to existing development, but it would allow existing homes that are above that limit to be able to retain the square footage that was legally developed. So there's several dozen houses in the town that we estimate are currently over that 3,500 square foot limit. And under the version of the ordinance that staff has written, those people would be allowed to replace that square footage regardless of the reason for wanting to do so. For example, an act of God or other disaster, or if in fact the property owners desired to simply remodel more than 50% of the structure. We are seeking direction from your council on whether our proposed ordinance is consistent with your desires. And to that end, the key elements that we would seek to get your council's direction is should currently developed properties be allowed to replace or rebuild previous legally developed square footage one for one if it complies with all of their zoning standards, regardless of the extent of remodel or demolition. As noted in the staff report, currently, if you have a non-conforming structure, there are caps on the extent of remodeling or demolition you can do, 50%, and we'll get into what that 50% means in a minute. The reason that staff is recommending that owners of properties that would now be considered non-conforming because they exceed 3,500 square feet be allowed to do a complete one-for-one replacement is it addresses the issue of what to do with these now non-conforming properties that are now prohibited in our current town code from altering or reconstructing more than 50% of the structure. So what this would do if we didn't have that allowance for existing over 3,500 square foot properties is make it difficult for property owners to sell, to achieve financing, to get insurance potentially. So these type of issues would arise if we didn't make it clear in the ordinance that you are allowed to replace that square footage one for one. Another question, key question for your council is whether or not homes that are proposed to be rebuilt to their previous floor area exceeding the 3,500 square feet should be or should not be allowed to be rebuilt without consideration for other zoning standards. There are probably instances in the town, for example, where we have one of these very large homes that doesn't comply with zoning setbacks, or may not have adequate parking. So the question is, in attempting to allow these people to rebuild their homes, would we require them to comply with other zoning requirements, setbacks, et cetera? As currently proposed in this draft ordinance, we would allow for the possibility that they could apply for a variance. So in other words, if these homes didn't comply with some aspect of town code, and your typical scenario would be combined side yard setback. We saw that with the prior application that your council just approved the driveway variance for. That catches up a lot of properties, seemingly regardless of size of the lot. And so the question would be, should they be required to try to rectify other nonconformities that they may currently have, or should they be allowed to rebuild this without consideration for those other variances, as long as they don't expand that square footage and do a one-for-one replacement? Another question that has arisen in terms of staff's proposed ordinance has to do with no expansion of countable floor area that exceeds the proposed 3,500 square foot size limit. As proposed in the ordinance, they could apply for a variance. The findings that are necessary for such a variance, we are proposing to change insofar as when you look at the non-conforming structure section, the findings, even though it's called a variance in our current code provisions, it doesn't require the same type of findings that are contained elsewhere in our town code that otherwise comply with state statutory requirements for a variance. So one of the questions that we have is, should we fix that section and require that if they want to apply for a variance, that we apply want to apply for square footage over the 3,500 square foot limit, that they be required to apply for a variance. Another aspect that the town council could direct if it desires is to simply say, no, under no circumstances would you be allowed to expand the 3,500 square foot or whatever your current square footage is at all, if it is at or exceeds 3,500 square foot. Staff's recommendation is to allow for the possibility of a variance. There are simply too many variables that are present with individual properties. There are several thousand properties in Fairfax. Obviously, most of them wouldn't even qualify to be allowed to build a larger than 3,500 square foot house under any circumstances. But for those that do, we feel that the possibility should exist that somebody could apply for a variance. Another issue has to do with accessory structures. In their deliberations, the Planning Commission did reach a consensus that only one accessory structure should be exempted from the countable square footage, the net total countable square footage on a lot. Staff is aware of one large parcel in Fairfax that currently has 4 accessory structures. The extent to which accessory structure square footage counts isn't really clear. We've clarified that in the new definition of floor area and maximum floor area and floor area ratio to make it clear that all structural square footage, except that excluded under our code, would apply. So the question is, does the council agree that the one exemption should be granted for the 120 square foot shed with no utilities, for example, water or electricity? It would be a true storage shed, in other words. Another question has to do with
Ben, can I ask you how many
Yes.
more questions you're going to raise?
Let's see.
I think we're
Getting close.
Well, here's my feeling on this. I think what would have probably been more helpful is to have a series of questions on a slide, because I think it's in the staff report, but I think to me this is sounding like there's a lot of detailed questions. I want to ask by a show of hands how many people want to speak during the public hearing on this item. So about 3 that I can see. 4. And then I want to ask how many people are here to speak on mandatory mediation? Quite a few. And how many people are here to speak on just cause? Quite a few. So what I'd like to do is, rather than the questions are in the staff report, I would suggest that staff would, we would ask you any questions we may have right now. And then I'd like to open the public hearing, hear comments from our folks who want to speak on that, bring it back, but I can see this is going to be quite a long discussion. And one of my thoughts is potentially to do something like ask my fellow council members about the possibility of continuing this to April 23rd after we do the 5G with a very segmented way of addressing these questions, because I think we, and with the direction I'm giving you, the way Garrett has done some of the things that we've covered like this that have a series of detailed questions, and I'm not trying to criticize. I know you guys have really torn your hair out trying to understand all the direction we gave you, and there's been so many meetings on this, but I would like to say, do you mind if I kind of cut you off right here and then have council members ask questions, no specific comments right now, and then let's do that, and maybe we talk about the possibility of a continuance so we can really have a very fruitful discussion after small cell 5G. But even so, it would be a shorter meeting than tonight. So is that all right with you, Ben? I know you've been trying to be really clear with us.
Absolutely. There's two other items that...
Okay, well, why don't you just throw those out there?
Okay. The two other items have to do with the current code allows for a 10% expansion.
You need to talk a little bit closer into the mic.
The current town code allows for a potential 10% increase in allowable floor area if you incorporate green building technology. The Planning Commission recommended that that be deleted because the state
And I think we
codes.
agreed to that.
Okay. And then the last one has to do with what is considered in terms of 50% a remodel, that currently under the town code, it's calculated two different ways. One is based on floor area, one is based on cost. As noted in the staff report, there are a myriad of ways that somebody can apply cost estimates, and so what we would recommend is that 50% trigger be based solely on floor area. And so, yeah, there are two options would be to recommend this this first reading for adoption or to continue the discussion.
I seriously don't think with all these questions that are really valid that we're going to be able to do those in a coherent way tonight. But what I'd like to do is say, does anybody just have questions, not specific comments, and answering those questions on the council?
I wouldn't say it as questions. I believe that this council and the Planning Commission already addressed the green
Yeah, we did
bonus,
that.
yeah.
But
that's a comment more.
Okay, so all right, so what I'd like to do, all right, just quickly, what is your question, Renee?
How are you doing this? You're just opening and then we're going to continue.
No, what we're going to do is this. I'd like to open the public hearing. I'd like to hear what people have to say. I'd like to bring it back, and then I would like to suggest that we discuss a continuance to April 23rd after we do the 5G, which will give us more time. And my suggestion to staff is we do this like we've done other things where we have so many specific questions, like on cannabis, things like that. So with that, I'd like to open the public hearing, and anybody who'd like to speak on this matter, please step up to the podium, and if you feel comfortable doing so, state your name and address. And you'll have to push the button. Push the button. Yes,
Do I have
very
to?
good.
Oh, there we go. Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here and serving our town. And wow, I'm always so glad when I come, which is rare, because I have an opportunity to see everything that you're all doing, and I really appreciate it. deeply. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't hear that enough. No, we
It's
hear it
amazing.
plenty. Thank you.
I think that, I guess I come here with a dream. And in doing so, I'm Mireya Query. I live on Cascade. I have
Great.
for 15 and a half, 16 years. I have 2 kids. One is a very eager potter. And anyway, then the other one is 2. I don't know, there's this dream that I have that's somewhere. I'm also the oldest of 7, and wow, if I could get my hands on enough money and enough land, this brings me to the main point. Why? Why the limit? Who's proposing this? Who does it serve to limit? I have no plans to build a 5,000 square foot house. I have no plans. I don't even know what it would be like to live in that kind of a house. But I do know that I have 2 brothers, one with 3 kids, one with 2, and sometimes they come to visit, and we cram them all into our our laundry room and my kid's room, and my kid sleeps on my bed, and I don't know. I guess I'm wondering why we're putting this limit, number 1. Number 2, and maybe you've covered that, and I missed the last meeting or something. I don't know. I feel like we already have regulation for ample limits. We have the 80% on the land. We have the 5,000 square feet. Let's move on to, ending our plastic use. Let's do something else. How many people is this rule serving? All of that. But I do hear there's a lot of regulations to bring people up to code. I like the idea of looking at individual projects and deciding, does this serve our community? I have this dream. I'm a doula. I'm a teacher. Like, what if I could bring, new parents, new moms, and work with them, with their kids, and have a friend teach them yoga? And what if that little studio that's 120 square feet, what if it needs a bathroom? I don't know. Maybe that's in a business section, and that's totally different, and I understand. I guess I just would like to say that I have all these dreams, and it would be, I appreciate you hearing my comments, and thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Would someone else like to speak on this topic? If so, please approach the podium. It would be nice if people who want to speak on this could kind of line up so we could move through this as quickly as possible if you're able to do so. Hi.
Hi there. I just want to say that I appreciate that there's a limit because I think there's a lot of houses and we're trying to cram a lot of people into a tiny space. And, yes, people have family members and more kids and more people and, let alone all the people that want to come and move here and expand things and have their people move in. And it's just it's just too many people in one small space. And I think we need to have some limits. And when there's only so much water to drink here, there's only so many streets to get out of here in an emergency. And I think we need to think about a town capacity. And it has to do with the housing and how big you want your mansion to be. I mean, these are big houses here. Like, we don't need more houses, more people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would someone else like to speak on this topic? If you feel comfortable doing so, say your name and where you live.
Okay. My name is Gabriel, and I was born and raised in Fairfax. Actually, I was born in San Francisco, but I grew up here with my 2 brothers and my parents. After living and working around the world and developing my career as an artist and designer, I made a decision to move back to Fairfax. Part of what inspired this move is the January 1st, 2017 changes to California law that made it more accessible to create accessory dwelling units on property with a single-family residence. This further encouraged my decision as I hopefully eventually want to raise my family here. If this square footage cap is to limit the scale of new housing developments, such as these McMansion type developments, perhaps a different type of metric and design constraint could be taken into account per project than a blanket square footage constraint over the whole town. Perhaps design considerations to keep structures from being overly ostentatious or keeping it from modifying the landscape in a way that is deemed detrimental by the neighbors in the town would be more preferable. The reason I chose to speak was to remind us that given the insanely steep real estate prices in the Bay Area, many people in my generation are moving back in with their families, even after establishing their careers, which is actually a net positive. Resources are saved, footprints are smaller, overall expenses are lowered, and the communities are strengthened. From the perspective of growing or extending families, putting this tight cap on livable square footage of all structures, regardless of lot size, directly impacts these families and has a potential to further thin and strain the community rather than strengthen it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi there. If you feel comfortable doing so, state your name and where you live.
Good evening. My name is Stefan. I'm a carpenter by trade and was interested in hearing about about the reduction of these 5,000 to 3,500 square feet. Opinions are all different.
Can you speak a little closer to the microphone?
If somebody decides to build a house this size, I mean, it's crazy to think about 5,000 square foot. I believe these people usually have enough money to pay taxes on these houses, so everybody should be free to build as big as they want to. This is my opinion. If I compare smaller sizes of houses where more people live in, actually they have a bigger footprint of into the environment versus big mansions where less people live in. So that's all I have to say for this. And or the other question would be for, is this already set in stone? Is the city going to go through with this decision, or is it still up for discussion?
It's not set in stone. We have a public hearing tonight, and we're going to discuss the possibility of continuing it to another meeting. So still have more opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So anybody else want to speak on this item? Okay, bringing it back. So I would like to suggest to the council that this is a really detailed subject. I don't want to harp on this too much. But it seems to me, and I also want to remind folks or let you know that we received a letter, Garrett and myself as mayor received a letter from Marin Association of Realtors. And they are concerned. The town council is also considering an ordinance reducing maximum home size to 3,500 square feet. This is yet again another attempt to obstruct private property rights for vague and unspecified reasons. MAR would like to understand what factors are being considered for such as lot size and setbacks so we can offer more informed and constructive feedback on this proposed ordinance. So I would say this. I think this is, we've spent a lot of time, the Planning Commission has spent a lot of time, but I think this is definitely worth more time. And I think I would ask my council members to entertain the idea of continuing this. Oh, I'm closing the public hearing. Continuing this to our April 23rd meeting after we discuss 5G, even though that will take some time, I think we will still be able to have a more fruitful discussion of all these items that have been requested of us. So would people consider that idea?
I'd like to comment on this actually before entertaining continuing it. I actually think that staff has come up with a really workable ordinance. I was concerned that it would not be addressing some of the issues that I was concerned about. I think it does reach a really good balance. It addresses the concern about existing houses that are above 3,500 square feet being deemed legal non-conforming. I know that was a concern for people. I think it's done a really good job of that. And in general, I think it's addressed most of the issues. I would have only very minor wordsmithing on just a couple of very minor items. But I think Ben's done a really good job of addressing all these issues very elegantly. I think he's also done a great job on dealing with the floor area ratio. I think it's pretty close to ready. So I would even be willing to vote on this tonight. I think
I'm not ready.
I think it's very well moved along at this point. So.
Okay, well, let's hear from Renee.
To some extent, I agree with you that the work is thorough and has considered a lot of things. I think it's still too many things to consider to actually get clarity, and we need to really understand what the implication is for one of these decisions on a different decision. I think that a lot of this is not comprehensible to the public in terms of what all the legally conforming and non-conforming pieces are, so it'd be very hard to have a really educated public comment on this. And I also don't feel as though we've addressed the ADU situation adequately. I think that in some ways and in some part this discourages ADUs, and it hasn't been addressed thoroughly enough that I would feel comfortable moving forward. I think it would discourage ADUs, and I don't want that to happen. That's our major source of rental stock.
Thank you, Renee. Would somebody else, I think I want to just caution people is that if we do decide to continue, I think it's great that Peter feels really comfortable, but we don't need to provide our comments tonight if it's time to continue it to the April 23rd meeting. But unless...
Well, I'd like to continue hearing the comments briefly like this because it's instructive to
Well,
me.
let's keep them brief. We do have people waiting.
Yeah. All right. Well, I also don't think that this is fully baked. And I think that the intention going in of things that we laid out, that staff has done a pretty good job at responding to the concerns that were brought up. But I think what Renee just spoke to is I think it will really discourage second units and junior second units and things like that. And we really need to be careful about this because it's going to shape the fabric of the society of our town. I think if we go back to what initially got this onto this dais and then the planning commissions and back here now, I think it was looking at older homes coming, somebody would buy an older place and they'd raise a couple units and then they'd build this ostentatious big McMansion where before you'd have 2 or 3 affordable rental units. And that really changes the fabric of the town a lot to have that happen. And, we are living in the middle of an economic roller coaster that happens to be, on the climb still. And we all know what happens to roller coasters eventually. So, take that into consideration. But one of the things that happens is that you get, McMansions, to use a term that gets used a little too much and, doesn't describe it well enough. But I think that kind of thing kind of pulls the soul out of a community and really affects the fabric of our community. And I think that was a lot of what was driving this initiative to begin with. And we should really keep that in mind when we go and try to come up with a solution. And I think this is a pretty good solution, but we probably need to think about it and talk about it more.
Okay, great. Bruce, did you have some quick comments?
No, I don't have anything new. It is interesting to think about its effect on ADUs, and that would be something that we should discuss in detail.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I could just address that point.
Peter,
yes,
no.
Yes, I want to just address
Peter, no.
Yes.
You have spoken, and we're not deliberating at this point.
I'm not deliberating at one point.
Make it quick, please.
Thank you. I don't think it would affect ADUs because ADU is state law that would apply anyways. The ADU law would also apply allowing ADUs with our 5,000 square foot limit. but that's something we can address if we continue it. But so let's look at
Okay, well,
that.
let's not deliberate at this
Okay.
point. So I would entertain
Can I make a
motion.
motion that we continue this item till April 23rd after the 5G conversation?
Okay. And would somebody like to second that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none? Okay, thank you, everyone. And thank you, folks, who came out for this. We appreciate that. Okay, we're moving on to...
Excuse me, Mayor?
Yeah.
Did you want to look at the agenda and decide which items?
Oh, what time
if any,
is it?
It's after 10.
Okay, so I'm looking at the agenda, and I believe we have punted the town council member reports many times, so I think we should attempt at this point to try for those. But I think we have a number of very critical things up on the agenda, so I would like us to try. Would someone like to make a motion to try to see what we can do? Okay, Bruce, would you like to make the motion?
I so move, yes, that we
Okay.
should keep the agenda as it is and continue.
Okay, thank you. And would someone like to second?
Second.
Okay, so Ackerman and Goddard second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you for reminding me. I lost track of time. All right, so we're moving. You all right? Okay. We're introducing and reading by title only an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax, adding Chapter 5.5. Anyway, it's entitled Mandatory Mediation for Rent Increases, adding that to the Fairfax Municipal Code. Garrett, I believe you would like to give the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This item was actually requested by the mayor to place on the agenda. You may recall back at your March 6th meeting, the council actually introduced a just cause ordinance, which provides renter protections by establishing the conditions in which someone could be evicted. Generally, mandatory mediation helps alleviate landlord-tenant disputes as it relates to significant rent increases, and really combining these two policies together really provides kind of a more comprehensive approach to renter protections. This proposed ordinance was actually modeled after the County of Marin's ordinance that they adopted in December 2017. The ordinance is really to provide a little more stability and fairness in rental housing. Mediation obviously is a process in which a neutral third party facilitates somewhat of an acceptable resolution between the landlord and tenants. This mandatory mediation ordinance, what it does is it mandates that there's mandatory participation, good faith efforts by both parties to participate, even if they don't settle their dispute through this mediation. This ordinance would apply to all dwelling units. In essence, how it works, a tenant residing in the dwelling unit may file a request or to receive mediation services within 10 calendar days of receipt of a notice from their landlord increasing rent or changes in services that result in a 5% increase, or more than a 5% increase, in a 12-month period. A landlord can also request mediation if they're planning to increase rents greater than 5%. In terms of how this process works, right now the district attorney's office actually provides the mediation services. The mayor and I met with their staff, and they've indicated that they would also continue to provide that service for Fairfax residents, but that's based on the assumption that the ordinances in terms of the process are relatively close, so they're not trying to administer two different type of ordinances. They indicated there'd be a fee charge, $50 one-time application review fee for eligibility, and then $500 per mediation. We would discuss that within the budget process, but we're not advocating charging any of the participants to mediation. The town would just pay that. Based on the county's data, it seems like maybe there'd only be 5 or so plus or minus a year in Fairfax. In terms of the potential, what it could affect in Fairfax, according to our housing element, it looks like about 35% of the households in town, or about 1,100 households out of 3,200 households, are actually renters. So that's kind of the pool that you're looking at. What we did is we actually made revisions to represent actually took the county ordinance, slightly revised it. What we did is we actually put a revised version on your dais because what we discovered is we accidentally or inadvertently left in some language related to the county, and obviously that needed to be taken out.
This one as well.
Right, in the, oh, 2 spots. Well, we did got that, yes.
got that one?
Yes, so we did adjust it. It's actually on the dais, and we did a red line showing the parts that we took out. We also adjusted one whereas for typos. And so
There's 2 sections that are adjusted for typo.
yes, that's correct. Two sections. We adjusted one whereas. So in terms of process, that's pretty much concludes the staff report. I know a representative from the county is also here to answer any of your questions.
Just one clarification. So since we were in that meeting together with Lily Thomas of the county, Debbie LaRue, and also Christina Wachowski, who runs the DA's mediation program, I didn't hear relatively the same. I heard the same ordinance. And she was pretty clear on that they would administer the program if we did not change the ordinance. And I realize you've had some subsequent discussions with her, but I just want to clarify that's what they said at that point.
Yeah, and to clarify, it was the process. So in essence, obviously we had to change it to represent the town. Maybe we...
Right, the town of Fairfax. And she was very clear of not changing the ordinance.
Right, the process.
She may have said something subsequent, but I just want to clarify that. So with that, are there any questions of staff? At this point, we're not deliberating, just questions of staff.
Well, I was just curious. Oh, sorry, Bruce. Go ahead. You go.
Bruce, go ahead.
I just, the only question I have is, I know that we need to keep this very much like the county's ordinance, but I'm not sure what part of it we have the ability to make any changes to. So my question is just, do we, the section 555.020 applicability, is that part something that we couldn't change because then we would lose the ability to have the county help us with the mediation process? Or is that separate?
I just want to clarify, when we sat in that meeting, they said no changes to the ordinance. Now, what Garrett's adding is relatively the same. And that, when we came out of that discussion, it was town of Fairfax versus the county. So we had no discussions about changing sections like applicability. And if the DA's office is going to get things that change who's subject to it, that changes their intake, that changes whether or not they do mediation. And what they've offered to do is $50 for the application, which they would screen like everything they get for the county for this program. So I will just answer you that the applicability would change their intake.
Question, yeah.
I have a question, but it's for Lily, actually.
So Lily, do you mind introducing you? Thank you for coming again.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
Not as late as last time.
And not as late as last time. Lily Thomas with the County of Marin, the Community Development Agency.
Excellent. So, Lily, when did the county adopt this?
We adopted it last year.
Was it December 2017?
Yes. Yes, it's not, you're right, December
So like a year
2017.
and-
Yeah,
so
a little over a year ago.
Since adoption, how many times has the mediation been requested or actually been seen through to some conclusion?
I believe that they've done 14 mediations to date, although there was a number of, we got a bunch of applications from Larkspur and from other cities that are in incorporated areas that didn't apply.
So I have what she said, the 23 mediation requests across the county, and then she didn't, you may have the right information about the 14. What she gave us was there was 23, and where something wasn't eligible, they have another mediation program for different stuff.
There's also a voluntary mediation, so that they offer already throughout the county, so anybody can take advantage of that. Both landlords and tenants can currently. And so if they were not eligible for our mandatory mediation program, they referred them to the voluntary that they could take advantage of if they chose to.
Okay, so of those 14, how many have been fruitful? What has been the experience, just sort of anecdotally?
So there was a variety of results from it, but one of the things that the folks at the Consumer Protection Unit said is that it really was an experience where both landlords and tenants got to learn about each other's sides and their positions. So tenants, for example, learned about the costs that landlords have in operating a rental property. And they'd be like, well, I never knew about that, or I didn't think about that. So they got a deeper understanding of it. And on the other hand, landlords heard from tenants about the impacts of those rent increases on them. So just overall, there was a deeper understanding. And then there was a variety of outcomes. For example, there was a 10% rent increase that was one of the mediations, and out of that, the result was the rent increase stayed the same, but they got a 2-year lease with that term. So in effect, they had a 5% increase, and they had stability for those 2 years, that they understood what it was going to be. So it wasn't the result that the tenant was hoping for, but it did give them some stability. So there was a range and sometimes there's no result where they don't come to any agreement. There isn't.
And one of the things that has concerned me is to try and understand good faith, and who is the determiner of whether good faith was actually applied, or so did you find in those that generally people participated and it didn't take?
We haven't had any issues with people not operating in good faith. It's addressed in our ordinance. It's addressed in the guidelines, but it has not been an issue at all.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, it's good to hear. We've had people participating fully on both sides, both the tenants and the landlords.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for Lily or for staff?
Yes. Lily, I was wondering, of those mediations, how many of those resulted in the landlord imposing the rent increase that he was planning on in the first place?
I don't know. I believe that most of them have, but there's been some other concession. As I said, there's been a 2-year lease. Another case, they did some improvements on the unit that they hadn't proposed to do. So in most cases, when the rent increase has stayed in effect, there's been some other alternative or some other option that the tenant has received in exchange for it. And our just cause ordinance wasn't in effect until recently, so we haven't been able to evaluate the impact of having both the just cause and the mediation, since that just went into effect this year. So we really will need to see the next year kind of what impacts there is, whether we have an increase in folks asking for mediations now that we have the just cause on the books, or what other impacts they are. So we'll be looking at that more closely once we have both of those ordinances are in effect.
And so if a landlord wants to do the rent increase, the landlord can go through the mediation and just say, no, I don't agree with any concessions on the rent increase, and then can do the rent increase without any other protections or for the tenant, or
Yes.
negative consequences for the landlord.
There's nothing in our ordinance that prevents a rent increase, either of 5% or less or more. The county's mandatory mediation just requires that if you're going to do a rent increase of over 5%, that those two parties have an option of sitting down together with a neutral mediator who can talk the issue through, and both sides get to learn from each other. But there's nothing, it's not a rent stabilization, it's not a rent control ordinance.
Understood, yeah.
And we've said this, we just want to reiterate it, there's nothing that would prevent a housing provider from increasing the rent.
And the mediations are conducted by members from the district attorney's office?
Yes, the district attorney's office, the consumer protection unit does a variety of things, but one of the things they do are mediations. They're done by a number of folks, mostly people who are retired attorneys. There's a couple of the staff there also does some of the mediations. All of them who are attorneys except for one who's the bilingual mediator who's gone through extensive mediation training. So they all are trained either attorneys or have gone through mediation training.
Yeah, what Katrina told us is there's 10 mediators. She's one of them, and she's obviously part of the DA's office, so she's an attorney. There are 8 that are retired attorneys, and they require retired attorneys that are volunteered. They want to have any potential conflicts. And then there's one person who's Spanish language, and she's not an attorney, but all of them received extensive mediation training beyond what you normally get as a lawyer or whatever.
Right.
So they get a lot of experience with the mediations.
That's right. As part of when the county passed our ordinance, we paid for additional training for all of the mediators to go through that training. So they've all have gone through that additional training.
And would the DA have the bandwidth if every town adopted this? I mean, it's you've done, I think you said 23. I mean, if all the other jurisdictions start adopting this program, would the DA still be able to offer this at
They
low cost,
anticipate yes. They've anticipated yes. San Rafael is also moving forward. They're considering this ordinance. They've had conversations with San Rafael, which would obviously they have a large rental housing stock, so they're prepared to provide this service to San Rafael. And if it gets, they would, what they said to us is if the number of mediations increases beyond what they can currently accommodate with their existing staff, then they would come back and ask our administrator or our board of supervisors for additional funds. And so I think that would be the case. But they are, at this point, they believe that they have the capacity based on assuming the same number of folks ask for mediations at the same rate as the county did.
And what's the cost? Is it $500?
So for us, it's $500 for the mediation, and it's $50 for the application, so they can see if it's applicable.
So
it's $500 straight. It doesn't matter if the mediation goes over several days.
right, but is that paid by the tenants and landlords?
No, that's paid by us.
It's paid by the town of Fairfax.
No, it's paid by us. That's why we allocated some money for it.
And how much money is allocated?
$3,500, it's in the staff report.
Okay.
Figuring that we might have as many as 6 or so, based on the county's experience. So that's quite a bargain rate, as you know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions for Lily or staff? So thank you, Lily.
Thank you.
We may want you to step up, but I'd like to ask anyone who'd like to speak on this topic to approach the podium, and it's a little earlier than last time. Hello.
Hi again, Rick Hamer, Willingness Road. First, I like this proposal, okay? I especially like the applicability, which is section 5.5. Unfortunately, I can't see it, but you know which one it is, 5.55.020. So those are the things I like. What I don't like is the teeth, okay, which is failure to, which is in the back section, civil liability, section 5.55.070, civil remedies, paragraph B in particular. It does not define what the basis is of whatever the rent is. For example, is rent a daily rate, a weekly rate, a monthly rate? Every lease I ever sign is always an annual amount.
So
And
this
the
is over, it's greater than 5% over a 12-month period.
That's correct. However, when they say 3 amounts of the special and general damages, if a lease is written as a monthly lease, and they do exist because I had one on Bolinas Road, well, that's only, in our case, it was an $800, 3 times $800, but the lease is really $10,000 a year. That's a substantial difference and a lot more motivating for a landlord or an owner to talk about, because this is something that favors is a protection for the tenant more than anybody. And it's the tenant who faces the rent increase, and it's the tenant that basically, as we've seen in this town, I mean, numerous cases where rent will go up multiple times. You're looking at an example of that. I just do think that with the exception of defining what what rent is based on, the basis of rent being annual or in terms of an annual basis. For example, this is commonly done with employment and workers' compensation and such. It defines compensation in terms of a time, the time being a weekly basis, or in this case, I think it should be defined as an annual basis. As I said, most leases, even ones that are not for a whole year, they should be defined as the amount per year, and that gives the potential for large damages, which would bring people to the negotiation table because it's much more at risk.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next speaker, if you feel comfortable doing so, state your name and where you live.
Hi, I'm Sammy Miracle, and I am co-chair of the Marin Organizing Committee's Renter Protection Team. I'm reading the following statement on behalf of Patty Brightman, a Fairfax resident of 29 years, who unfortunately could not be here tonight due to illness. Good evening. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Marin Organizing Committee, a broad-based, multi-issue group of more than 22 local congregations, civic organizations, and nonprofits working for the common good. We thank you for supporting a source of income ordinance in the past, and today urge you to further support renter protections, including just cause for eviction and mandatory mediation. When people can be evicted for no good reason, including people who have not violated their lease, not broken any laws, nor in any way harmed their living space or neighbors, their lives can be uprooted at a moment's notice. Housing is the very foundation of people's lives, and housing stability is the bedrock of our community. Can you imagine having to leave your home within a month with nowhere else to go? I don't have to imagine it. I've seen it many times as a housing help desk volunteer at the St. Vincent de Paul Society, a member of MOC. In the scramble to find another place to live, renters who have been evicted on the whim of their landlord often lose work, lose sleep, and jeopardize their health. It's traumatic, it's shaming, it's unfair, and it reflects poorly on the town or county that allows it to happen. Similarly, when rent can be raised at any time in any amount, renters live precariously, one rent increase away from losing their homes. Families are disrupted. Stress becomes overwhelming. Renters live in unhealthy conditions, afraid to complain about broken heating, mold, or electrical problems because they might be seen as troublemakers. My husband and I own a 2-bedroom rental unit in our community in Fairfax. As landlords, we are very much in favor of the strongest possible protections for our tenants and all tenants in Fairfax. It seems obvious to us that applying justice in the landlord-tenant relationship is the only way to ensure good tenants and good landlords. The dictionary defines just as guided by truth, reason, justice, and fairness. We ask the town of Fairfax to be guided by truth, reason, justice, and fairness by supporting mandatory mediation and just cause eviction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, David Levin, Managing Attorney, Legal Aid of Marin. Want to thank the council and the town staff for your work on this important mandatory mediation ordinance. We really appreciate it on behalf of our clients, the low-income renters in Marin, who include disabled, elderly, low-wage workers who really suffer the brunt of the housing crisis. And over the past year or so, we've seen the benefits from the mandatory mediation ordinance that's taken effect in unincorporated Marin. I think Legal Aid of Marin has been involved in almost half the cases that Lily mentioned that have gone to mediation. We really see this as a modest but reasonable step, setting some kind of gentle guidance on what a reasonable rent increase is, because 5% represents about twice the inflation rate over the last several years. And really, two important benefits we've seen for our clients. We've seen a number of rent increases recently just below 5% in unincorporated Marin, so we think the guidance is working. We also know that the collection of data is going to improve because it surfaces some of the issues that Lily mentioned, will help us in understanding the risks of gentrification, displacement, and housing crisis that we're facing. We've also been involved in some larger cases that were mediated in San Rafael. There were two complexes involving, one was a rent increase of around 40%, the other was over 60%, where because we had a large group of renters, we were able to get mediation sessions with the owner, and that got the city's attention. We ended up on the subcommittee in San Rafael that's looking at mandatory mediation. But so we know this really, it does help a lot of our clients, and appreciate your attention to it and encourage you to pass it as soon as you can. I was also asked by Peter Mendoza to pass along his regrets. He wasn't able to stay until now, but I understand he had submitted a letter and also supports it. So thank you again.
So just to clarify, Peter Mendoza is Director of Advocacy and Special Projects at Marin Center for Independent Living, and also the California Association of Retired Persons. They both submitted letters in support, and Peter was here earlier but wasn't able to stay, and he wanted to clarify his support for this and the next item. So thank you for passing that along.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Casey Epp, and I'm the supervising attorney at Fair Housing Advocates of Northern California. And I am also speaking today as a board member for Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative. So I'll try to be brief. I know that you've all been here a long time, and I do want to really express my appreciation and applaud you for considering this very necessary rental protection for our most vulnerable residents here. You know what, I think we all know that when there's a lack of rental protections for tenants, it is those who are most vulnerable, our members of our protected classes who are targeted and who suffer disproportionately. And it just contributes to the segregated housing patterns that we see throughout our county and including the town of Fairfax. Adding rental protections will provide some necessary stability and security for responsible tenants, and it will help address the displacement of members of protected classes, and it is a critical way for the town of Fairfax to meet its fair housing obligations and to affirmatively further fair housing. I think as Ms. Thomas spoke and as Mr. Levin just acknowledged as well, that this will really just provide an opportunity for tenants, for landlords to come together to participate. This is not going to take away any control from landlords. This does not prevent them from ultimately issuing a rent increase in excess of 5%, but it does give individuals an opportunity to be heard, to possibly negotiate some alternate arrangement, and ultimately it will prevent, I believe it will prevent some examples of discrimination that I've seen, where if someone can just avoid complying with the just cause ordinance, the urgency ordinance, by just issuing an excessive rent increase rather than giving someone a termination notice if they don't want to have to deal with that. They can just give someone an excessive rent increase and they'll leave. And again, that individual is then displaced. And really all that this is asking for today is to give tenants some opportunity to have the stability that they need, and to give them just an opportunity again to share information, have an opportunity to be heard, and ultimately the ordinance is not going to hurt landlords in any way. It just gives us the chance to protect our tenants. And, as I mentioned briefly, it's just discrimination is really difficult to prove. This is something that I deal with on a daily basis. Landlords are savvy. They're not going to put in writing or say in front of a witness, the reason for an excessive rent increase if there is a discriminatory motive. But having this ordinance in place might make a landlord think twice before they give an increase for the wrong reason. So I just want to applaud you for your consideration and really thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
My name is Meredith Parnell. I actually live in San Anselmo, very near to Fairfax. I tell people I'm Fairfax adjacent. I'm just going to say that. Tonight I'm here representing Marin Kids, a nonprofit that is working to make the well-being of children a priority in Marin. We care deeply about equity and inclusion for all children and their families in Marin, and we're sure that this council does too. We recognize that housing stability is a critical component of a child's health. And we think that passing renter protection ordinances, such as mandatory mediation in Fairfax, will help to restrain skyrocketing rents and prevent renters from losing their housing through no fault of their own. A recent issue brief on housing stability and family health was issued by BARHI, which is a coalition of the 11 Bay Area public health departments and the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco working together. BARHI was founded to improve the living conditions and institutional inequities that cause people to live shorter, sicker lives. They see the lack of housing stability in our region as a public health crisis. According to BARHI, children who move frequently are at risk for poor educational outcomes such as lower academic achievement and lower likelihood of finishing school, as well as behavioral and emotional problems, depression, and reduced continuity of healthcare or other social services. Uprooting children and their families, a consequence of either formal or informal eviction caused by high rents, can also lead to homelessness. In Marin, 20% of the people experiencing homelessness identified in the 2017 point-in-time count were children. So one key way to protect the health of our children in Marin is to enact renter protections, such as the ordinance before you. This ordinance will protect and encourage families to report unhealthy living conditions, to request mediation when a landlord raises the rent over 5% in a year, and to avoid displacement. In addition, the proposed ordinance will offer a way of collecting data to track how many so-called informal evictions are taking place, so we better understand the full scope of the problem that we've been hearing about and can figure out how better to target Fairfax's resources to protect and support one of our most vulnerable populations in this county, our children. So Marin Kids, as an organization, urges you to vote yes on this ordinance and to help protect Marin's children from housing instability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor Kohler and Council. My name is Romeo Arrieta, and I'm the CEO of the Marin Association of Realtors. Thank you for for referencing my email earlier. My organization would like to work with you and town staff to reach the best policies that are supported by data. One of the concerns that people mention here about tenants is a concern that we share, and that is the availability of affordable rental property. One of the concerns that we have is additional regulations on landlords may discourage landlords from investing in more property or encourage current landlords to leave the market, thereby reducing the number of affordable properties available. That's a concern. We're looking forward to working with the town council and staff to come up with the best policies for the town of Fairfax.
Thank you for your comment and look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
I didn't realize you were here. That's why I read that part out of the letter.
You covered it. I didn't want to. You covered it, and I didn't need to add anything. We were
okay. Great.
Moving along.
Thank you.
Liesl Blasch, 22 Pacheco Avenue. I just wanted to thank you all for the hard work that you've done to make sure that people of low and moderate incomes can continue to live in Fairfax. This is Fair Housing Month, so I'm exceedingly proud of Fairfax for leading the way in Marin. as the first incorporated jurisdiction to pass just cause for eviction and I hope mandatory mediation. As we led the way with the source of income ordinance protecting Section 8 voucher holders from rental discrimination, I'm also really proud of Fairfax for bucking the trend that is the rest of Marin seems to be following by approving Victory Village affordable senior housing, which is now under construction. I think we've just done a fabulous job, and I know you guys have worked really hard and taken a lot of heat for some of this. While it is important that we build and preserve deed-restricted affordable housing like Victory Village and Bennett House and other smaller projects that we know are all around Fairfax, it takes a lot of time and money to develop those new buildings. Most low and moderate income tenants live in private rentals, and they too deserve our protection. They are part of the fabric of our community. The character of our community is made up of more than the collection of buildings and surrounding hillsides that constitute its physical being. It is the people who can afford to live here that make it special. I've just watched too many Fairfax friends and neighbors get pushed out by no-cause evictions and more commonly rising rents. It's gotten really personal lately, and I feel really strongly emotionally about it. You know, we face a rental housing crisis of astronomical proportions, not just in Marin, not just in the Bay Area, but nationwide. Low and moderate income people are being pushed out of our communities into outer suburbs, creating extreme segregation by race and income. This is neither just nor sustainable. We have to ask ourselves, do we really want to live in a community made up of only those fortunate enough to have bought houses in the distant past or those wealthy enough to do so now? Or do we want to have a community where people who work in our local businesses, students, and people of modest means can stay and even retire here? So I want to encourage you to finish passing the regular ordinance for just cause for evictions and follow through with passing the mandatory mediation ordinance. You've done a great job on trying to balance between the different interests in town in crafting these ordinances. I do want to ask that you find a way at some point in the future to take part in the county's registry for rental housing to track data on rents, rent increases, and evictions. I think it's really important that we have the data and understand what's happening so that we can make better policy decisions. I'm not sure if that's possible.
So that's not agendized.
Okay. Oops.
So.
Alrighty. So anyway, I have sent you a letter and told you my other concern about this. I continue to believe that Fairfax really can make a difference, even though we are just one small town. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Would anybody else like to? Wendy.
Hi, I'm Wendy, and I live in Fairfax. I'm grateful that this is finally happening. It's way, 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 way past due to have any protections at all for renters during this worsening and continued housing crisis. It's not enough protection to me, but it's certainly way better than nothing. Way too many people are being displaced, really, really good, responsible people, and I know way too many of them. And they're not going to be here. They're not going to come here and speak to you, and you probably won't hear from them. But it's overwhelming how many people I personally know that are affected and how many people have already left here. And yeah, we all want good landlords, and we all want fair landlords, and we all want good, and landlords want good tenants, and to me, this helps this to be the case. With mediation, I really do believe in people communicating more, not less, and understanding each other. It's important to me, one of the concerns I have about this is that landlords and tenants won't be educated about this, and I don't know how that's going to happen, and I would like to see that be addressed somehow. I can tell you that most renters don't know what their rights are, and if they don't even know what their rights are now, they're not going to know about this to even ask for it. Fairfax and Marin County is really far behind the times as far as renter protections go, like San Francisco and Oakland and Berkeley. I would love to see something. And I want to personally live in a place that encourages diversity and not further segregates people from each other.
So just a comment, the county is putting together a one-page fact sheet for us. Should we move forward on this, that we will get out to folks. That'll help. And just also want to add one thing, that if you didn't notice, we adopted a proclamation for Fair Housing Month earlier in the night.
Also, I'm sorry, Barbara, just real quick, in one of the sections of the ordinance, it does say that landlords must provide to tenants the notice of tenants' rights. And that comes when renewing a lease or a rental agreement, or when entering into a lease or a rental agreement. So there's one piece that's there.
Okay, sir, would you like to come up to the podium?
Yes, and I'll be very short. My name is Bob Kahn. I've been a resident of Fairfax for 16 or 17 years on Bothian Road. And I worked very hard with a lot of people for Victory Village. And my point I made at Victory Village, and I'll make tonight, is I'm very proud of you, the Fairfax Council, and the people working on this to bring renter protection up as an individual community. Whether it passes or not, you're trying to do the right thing. And that was my point when I talked about Victory Village. I want you all to think about the people that are affected by this, and I want you to think what it takes to do the right thing for those people and to reflect that Fairfax does the right thing and is proud of it. And I'm really proud that you're doing this, and I really am in favor of rental protection, but I really came up, I wasn't necessarily going to speak to tell you thank you. I'm proud of Fairfax, I'm proud of you, and you're taking the right steps, and one of the few communities starting to take the right steps. And as a resident, I will let my people know, and my friends know, and I think with communications, the whole community, the communities in Marin will see what you do and will follow suit. So thank you very much. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you. So would anybody else like to speak on this subject? Bringing it back for deliberations, possible motion. Would anybody, I'm sorry, would anybody like to start? And if you are just happy with it, you don't need to make comments or just say that you like it. If you have specific comments, we'd like to hear those as well. So who would like to go first? Bruce, you look like you're ready. Oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
I'm happy with it.
Oh, great. Thank you, Bruce. What about you, John?
Well, I'm pretty happy with it, and I'll tell you why, in fact. I think because it gets people communicating with each other, which really is the basis for any relationship. And it's a business relationship between a landlord and a tenant. And the landlord is providing something. He's not just collecting rents, even though it might seem like that to a tenant. And a tenant isn't just wearing out the property and making problems for the landlord, even though it depends. It might seem like that sometimes to the landlord. But when people talk to each other and understand where the other one's coming from, then they can be more likely. I mean, people are basically good, and they'll make peace with each other, hopefully. And that's the kind of community that I would like to live in.
Thank you. I just want to emphasize that Katrina Walchowski of the DA's office said that that was one of the really valuable things that came out of the mediation is tenants gained a greater understanding of what the landlords have to pay for and the kind of things. So it was helpful for both sides. Who would like to go next?
I just wanted to comment that I'm very appreciative of the model. So often in the county, we work on our own little ordinances and our own little silos. And the model of having the county take this on and do such hard, good work on it and then bring it to us with its protections and opportunities to work with the DA and make it happen, and then meeting with Garrett and Barbara. I'm just all around very grateful that you could bring this forward, and it's something that we can feel proud of doing. I feel really confident with it, and I'm very appreciative.
So we went to them. We went to them.
Oh, what did I say?
They didn't come to us, although we've heard about it, but we asked for a meeting with them.
Perfect. However it all came together, thank you.
And the county's been a great partner. Peter, did you have a comment? Or?
Yes. First of all, Barbara, thank you for being so proactive on looking into tenant protections and especially the just cause ordinance. And thank you also for the county for being so willing to share your insights. I'm a little skeptical of this. I don't think it will hurt, but I'm not so optimistic that it will necessarily help. It has to do with a couple things. In some cases, a mediation might be useful, but for many landlords, it'll just be a mere formality that they'll go through. There's an unequal bargaining power inherent in this. In my experience, I've settled hundreds of cases through mediation, and where mediation really works is where the parties have some equal bargaining power. And in litigation, it's because both sides don't want to go to trial, so they try to strike a bargain. In this instance, the landlord, many landlords will just say, well, okay, I just got to go through the mediation, and then I can get my rent increase. It may afford some, in a few cases, it may prevent rent increases, but it's not a real robust protection. But it doesn't really hurt, and it may prove to be helpful in a few cases. I'd be curious to see what happens. I would want to review how much the town is funding this after the initial year. I'd be curious to see what the results are. At some point, I think we should modify this and perhaps have the landlord pay for the mediation, especially if it's in the area of about $500, because eventually it may be an expense that the town doesn't want to bear if there's a lot of mediations. I think the enforcement provisions are going to be really difficult because there is an evidence code privilege to mediations which prohibits any discussions about what was said in a mediation outside of the mediation for any purpose. That's in Evidence Code Section 1119. And so I think it would have the effect of prohibiting anyone from bringing an action for a landlord or a tenant not participating in good faith, because that privilege would prevent any kind of further action based on bad faith. So that's just one, that's a problem with it. As far as enforcing the good faith aspect with any kind of civil consequences or being able to sue the landlord or a tenant for not participating in good faith. Those are my criticisms of it. I'm glad that the county is going to produce a notice of tenants' rights, because I think that would be a problem for a landlord to try to figure out what they would have to say in that notice. So I appreciate the optimism and good faith, but it is ultimately I don't think it will afford that much protection. I'm willing to vote for it, but with that caveat. And really, if we wanted to have more robust tenant protections, would have some kind of rent control. But we can try this, see what it does. But I have to voice my my skepticism, just given the nature of landlords and landlords, lawyers, and just people looking to game the system.
Thank you. Well, I want to say, first of all, I so appreciate our partnership with the county. Lily Thomas and Debbie LaRue of her staff, as well as Katrina Warchowski, I believe I'm pronouncing your name correctly. It's just been a great partnership, and one of the benefits that I have is I sit on a countywide committee called the Assessment of Fair Housing with David Levin, and Lily's on that. A number of folks were on that from community advocates. And I get to learn firsthand about some of these approaches, and we discuss a lot of these, looking at ways to affirmatively further fair housing. So I don't think anybody is under the impression that this is the answer. It's part of an answer, which is kind of a jigsaw puzzle of things we're trying to do. And I'm very proud that Fairfax is taking this step and moving forward ahead of everybody else. But that's Fairfax. You know, I think we do that. And I appreciate the county doing a lot of the hard work to get us here and have us be able to sort of jump on it. So with that, I'd like to entertain a motion. And who would like to make the motion? Because this is the first reading, you have to read the subject line exactly, please. Who's ever going to make the motion?
All right. I'll be happy to. Make a motion to approve ordinance number next in line.
Here, read the top.
That one. Okay.
Actually, read the recommendation.
Read the recommendation.
Okay. Introduce and read by title only an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax adding Chapter 5.55 entitled Mandatory Mediation for Rental Increases to Fairfax Municipal Code, Title 5, requiring mediation for rental increases exceeding 5%.
And I just make a friendly amendment that we would adopt those couple of little changes that were in the supplement.
Certainly, yeah.
Okay.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? No, seeing none. Okay, moving on. We have the next item up for business is the second reading by title only and adoption of an ordinance of the Town of Fairfax, adding Chapter 5.5, entitled Just Cause Evictions. And Garrett, would you like to do the staff report?
Sure. As you may recall, you introduced this ordinance at your March meeting and made a number of revisions. Tonight's the second reading, and if you actually adopt the ordinance, it would take effect in 30 days. You may recall we modeled this ordinance after the County of Marin's ordinance. Just cause ordinances, in essence, establish those conditions in which a tenant can be evicted.
You may want to speak a little closer to the mic.
Got it.
There's a little mumbling going on.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, then. So, where was, okay.
Sorry for interrupting.
So anyway, at your March meeting, the council did make some revisions, and probably the most major revision is you added a provision to provide some exceptions to the ordinance, that being any junior or accessory dwelling unit would not be subject to the ordinance, and a room or rooms in a single-family home where the landlord also lives in the home would also be accepted from the ordinance. Pretty much that concludes the staff report with the one caveat that the Marin Association of Realtors has requested that perhaps the town could review the ordinance in 1 year period. That actually doesn't need to change anything. We could just do that administratively. I think that seems to make sense. Staff would just calendar that for 1 year from the effective date. But with that, that concludes the staff report.
And just one clarification, there's a typo only in one of the whereases. We can bring it up later, but it's only a clerical error because it's captured in the staff report correctly. It's just a little typo, and it's already ready to go. So with that, any questions of staff? Seeing none, I'd like to open this up for public comment, please. Hello again.
Hello, Rick Hamer, Polinas Road. Just a couple of things I want to make sure are done or would be interpreted properly. The first one is under section 5-54.040, A1. The landlord possesses a valid business license if applicable in accordance to town code. I really wonder how many landlords have this business license and when they need to get it.
When they own over 5 units or more, then they are required to have a business license, and we have several.
Okay. Okay, so that's only for the landlords who own 5 business licenses.
No, it's 5 units or more.
5 units, 5 units. And that has to be in place at the time of the termination or at the time of entering the lease.
They have to have business licenses,
Okay.
period.
So in other words, if they don't have one, and then they decide to terminate a lease, and they just go out and get one for the purposes of terminating the lease?
Okay, so let's just move on. Let's hear your comments.
I'm just bringing out what I
Okay,
think,
good
what I see
point.
as some loopholes,
Okay.
Mayor.
Well, I think it would work the other way. If they didn't have their business license, they might not be able to terminate the lease. So that may encourage them to get a business license.
And that means they would get a business license for the purposes of terminating a lease.
They have to have a business license if they have 5 or more apartments, or 5 or more units. If you have less than 5 units, you don't need a business license to be a landlord.
Okay. The other thing, which I think that staff did a pretty good job on this, but I just do want to bring it up because I've actually, again, seen this happen with, I've rented 2 twice here in Fairfax. One of them is a relative moves into the dwelling unit as a no-fault termination. It's a really common procedure, okay, first of all. I want to make sure that is acceptable to the council. But the one that really strikes me is substantial rehabilitation for health and safety, which is, in other words, forcing a just cause eviction because we need to remodel the building. And what I think is vague there, it says, in compliance with applicable health and safety codes. There is no specific time as to when the applicable health and safety code is. Is it the current safety code? Is it the safety code at time of construction? So that, I think, is a little bit vague in this, and I'm a little bit concerned about that as well. So if you're satisfied with how that's worded, so that if someone whose landlord says, well, we have to remodel, and of course they have to remodel to current codes when they pull a building permit, but that doesn't mean they have to remodel because they were basically grandfathered in until the building permit was pulled. Happened to me.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let me leave this now.
Next speaker?
Okay, now I'm here pretending to be someone else who had to go home.
Okay.
Francie Sell, who's a teacher at Drake, who actually lives in Fairfax, but I don't know her address, so I'm going to be reading
That's
this
all right.
on her behalf. She would have said, I'm here tonight on behalf of the Marin Organizing Committee, and I'm speaking as a landlord and an owner of a duplex in Fairfax. I know that some might fear that having a just cause ordinance in place could cause undue hardship to so-called mom and pop landlords. As a mom, I can tell you that this is not the case. I have read through the ordinance, and there is nothing within it that would change my current practices with my tenants. One of the things that distinguishes mom and pop landlords from corporate owners is that we tend to have relationships with our tenants. They are not merely units on a spreadsheet. They are people we know and value. We know that providing housing is innately different from selling widgets, and we take the responsibility seriously. I suspect if you investigated the types of landlords who have forced tenants from their homes without cause, you would not find mom and pop landlords. In fact, this is why it is so important that we as a county start collecting data on evictions and rent increases. We have heard that the city of Fairfax does not want to take on the administrative burden of collecting this data, but we encourage you to consider allowing your Affordable Housing Committee of Concerned Citizens to help with this. As a landlord, I welcome the Just Cause ordinance. In addition to owning property, I am a teacher at Drake High School, so I see firsthand the stress my students face with housing insecurity. I want to live in a community that is diverse and that comes together to protect the vulnerable. We can do this. Lastly, I know there are some who believe these types of regulations would be a slippery slope to rent control. I take issue with this argument, as I do with all slippery slope arguments. If you follow them to their logical conclusion, we should have no regulations of any kind, because they could all lead to overregulation. This is fear-mongering, plain and simple. These ordinances are exceedingly reasonable, and I see no reason why any landlord should be opposed to them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Romeo.
Yes, Mayor Kohler and Council, thank you for the opportunity to address you again. My comments will be very similar. As the CEO of the Marin Association of Realtors, we believe that just cause is not the answer for increasing housing inventory. It actually does the opposite for landowners who are considering investing in rent property. I agree with the previous statement that data-based policy is the best kind of policy, and certainly hope that we can have any data to make sure that the town of Fairfax makes the best policy decisions. And we ask the council to review this ordinance, its effectiveness in 1 year, should it pass tonight. Thank you.
We'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening again. I'm Casey Epp with Fair Housing Advocates, and also speaking on behalf of MEC. And I actually will be brief this time, I promise. I just felt compelled again to speak about the importance that I see with this specific ordinance. And, you know, I just wanted to talk briefly about some of the cases that we've seen where, you know, I have found concrete evidence of discrimination. You know, we've conducted testing where someone gets a no-cause notice, they feel it's for the wrong reason. We find, again, explicit evidence of discrimination. We had a landlord who lied to our Latino investigator, told him nothing was available. Our non-Latino white investigator called 12 hours later. He was told, yep, we got 2 units, come on down. It was the only Latinx family that had been terminated, whose tenancy had been terminated. I'm sorry, it was the only tenant who had received termination notice, and they were the only Latinx family still left there. So they felt like it was for the wrong reason, but they didn't, the landlord wasn't required to put a reason in the notice, so they got a no-cause notice. And then the kind of what I'm trying to get at here is that we were able to find evidence, we were able to help them with a complaint after the fact. They got compensation, we were able to change policies, fair housing training, all of these things, but it's not going to happen in time to prevent an unlawful eviction. You know, our clients were not willing to navigate the legal system to try to defend an unlawful detainer action that the landlord did file, and they ended up ultimately just moving out and leaving, and they were displaced. So it's, even when we can find evidence of discrimination or retaliation, both of which are illegal, it's not going to keep people housed. It's not going to keep people in the town of Fairfax. It's going to be too late. And again, this isn't removing control from landlords. You can still take action when people are violating the terms of their lease, or there's other good cause, like you want to move back in, or a family member. So this really is just ensuring that responsible tenants who abide by the terms of their lease, or again, unless there's other good cause, that they can have some assurance that they can stay in their property as long as they're doing what they're supposed to. And I do want to say, you know, I know the job that I have, but my dad, my brothers, they're landlords, they're housing providers. I absolutely hear that side. And my dad even spoke in support of Just Cause in Marin County. It only protects against bad landlords. There's no harm. So thank you.
Thank you, Kesey. Any other speakers want to speak on this subject? I think some of you spoke last time. I want to bring it back, seeing none, I want to bring it back to the council for, this is the second reading, so at this point, we could probably entertain a motion or make a comment.
If not, I'll make a motion.
I just want to say one thing. Oh, well, you make the motion, and then
Okay.
I'll say something at the end.
But if you have any comments before?
Just make them quickly, please. I'll make mine quickly, too.
Just, I'm concerned about one small section, and it's already been called to our attention. And it's on page 8 of the ordinance, and it has to do with the part about to qualify such substantial repairs must be for the primary purpose of making the dwelling habitable. And I know we've talked about this. It's something that really does concern me, and I'm wondering if, in not wanting to delay this or send it back, if we're going to look in a year at, to look and review and see how this has gone, is there some way for us to look at, I don't know how we would monitor it, I don't know how we would know, but I do believe that if that starts to become a loophole, if we have any way of tracking that, I would like to know, because it does seem very, very weak. And
well, I can say this. One of our partners is Legal Aid of Marin, and David Levin has been here as a trooper, staying through these late meetings. And David works on these kinds of things. So I think when we take this up in a year and do a second look at it, we can certainly discuss that. And if need be, make a tweak. But I think that's a good point. And I just want to say one thing is that, again, I want to say how much I appreciate the partnership of Lily Thomas, Brian Crawford, Debbie LaRue, who's worked tirelessly on this, and also want to thank Garrett Toy, who moved heaven and earth to make this happen very quickly last meeting, and also mandatory mediation. There wasn't a lot of time. And he's always willing to jump in, so I thank him on that. So with that, would someone like to make a motion? Did you want to make the motion, Peter?
Sure. Read by, go ahead.
Yeah, just, there is something that you
Oh,
referred
I'm
to
sorry.
earlier.
There's a
I
little-
believe that's in the 12th whereas.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
just a typo. So in the 12th whereas that says, it's on page 2, whereas the town council has identified 7 specific causes for which a tenancy may be terminated that balance the needs of property owners, market conditions, and protections for the renter population in the town. It's correct in the staff report, but in the version we got, it said 6. So it's just a clerical error, and it's been corrected by the town clerk. So just that.
Okay, yeah, that's all.
So did you want a second?
I'll be happy to second.
No, he didn't make the motion.
Oh,
I'm
what?
sorry, I thought you did.
But I need something in a second, yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you. Read by title only and adopt an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax, adding Chapter 5.54 entitled Just Cause Evictions to the Fairfax Municipal Code, Title 5, requiring cause to terminate a residential tenancy, and incorporating the edit to the 12th whereas, as just mentioned.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us. Okay, we are moving on, and it is 11:30, so we have a couple more. Thank you, everyone, for coming. We have a couple more items, and I'd like to ask, and I think we can get through them. So I would like to ask that somebody make a motion to suspend the 11:30 rule so we can continue on.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 So that was Reed and second Lax. Okay, moving on. Garrett, you're up for item
Item 18.
which is the renewal of special municipal services tax.
Sure. So as background, this is more for the audience. You may recall the first passage of the equivalent of Measure J was passed in March 2005. That was a Measure F. It was a 5-year muni tax of $125 per dwelling unit or business occupancy. The voters renewed it in 2009. That was called Measure I. And in 2014, you may recall, the voters approved what was referred to as Measure J, was an extension, But Measure J also consolidated an existing general immunity tax of $50, the Measure F, former Measure F, $125, and slightly increased it to the current level of $125 to $195 per dwelling unit. Town receives approximately $713,000 a year from Measure J. As you aware, the current 5-year extension will expire in 2020. Typically, this is a significant source of revenue to the town. It represents about 6% of our revenue, general fund revenue. It also represents about 6% of our operating expenses. And you may recall back in 2014, around this time is when the council started talking about what you wanted to do with the renewal. Such as the core question, do you want to renew it? 2, if you do, then do you want to revise the uses or allocations of funds, the length of the extension, the amount, should there be exceptions? So these are all the things that are really important for the council to figure out. We had reported back in March, and we said we talked about it here in April. What you have coming up meeting-wise is you have your May 1st council meeting, and you also have your budget workshop on May 10th. Those are also additional times to keep talking about this topic. One of the things, and this is for the viewing audience at home, is for Measure J on the ballot. It allows us to keep our police station open 24/7, maintain our fire department services, fund our public works and safety projects like pedestrian trails and matching grants for things like street repaving, and also allowed us to enhance the youth and senior services. And so without question, without an extension, it would have some significant, severe impacts on the town's operating budget. What we did in the staff report is we included a few of the tables from actually your 5-year forecast. Your 5-year forecast assumed a renewal, but if it was not renewed, what would happen to your operating budget would be, and that assumes you didn't change any of your expenditure patterns, which is highly unlikely, but if you want to keep the same service level, then in 2021, you would have a $713,000 shortfall. You would need to dip into reserves. So reserves are pretty healthy now, about 38%. That would drop it down to about 30. The following year, you would have to dip into reserves based on the 5-year forecast. That would drop it slightly below your 25% general fund reserve policy. And in the third year, fiscal year 22-23, you would get down to the levels of really affecting your cash flow at about 16%. Again, that assumes that there wasn't a renewal and you didn't change your expenditure patterns. I think overall, we've shown and the council's shown in your operating budgets, you pretty much with Measure J have kind of established this kind of sound financial practices, a little stability to your budget. If you didn't obviously have it, then really you would have to really take a really hard look at what service levels would have to be, what do you ultimately have to cut in order to balance the budget. I think what we've done in the past is, let's see, we included that. I think with that, some of the things to think about is how do we want to do some outreach to get feedback. We have our community online forum. We could ask a few questions. But really, I think back in 2014, you also did a special workshop just to talk about Measure J, what it's used for. We've attached a lot of tables on how we distribute the funding. And so we have graphs and pie charts. So these are things to really start the conversation. But what we're looking for is for the council, really, you're going to need to start delving into discussions. Might be a little late this evening, but really that's something you're really going to have to start talking about.
Okay, and just one point that I'm not sure was in the staff report is we keep hearing about an economic downturn happening one of these days really soon. So things have been really healthy as far as property tax and those kinds of things, but that could change. So with that, specific questions for staff, and then I will open it up to public comment. We have one hardy member of the public here to speak, and then we'll bring it back and make some recommendations.
Quick question. Oh,
go ahead,
sorry,
Renee.
I keep not seeing. Did we do a separate workshop in 2014, or did we do it as part of a council meeting?
I feel like we did it as part of a council meeting. I don't think we did.
I don't remember a separate
I
workshop.
believe we were going to do a separate workshop, and then we blended it with the budget workshop that year in May.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the economic workshop.
We
had
did
some
an economic forum
on-
that, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we were sitting down in the group.
So we didn't do a specific Measure J workshop?
We blended it, a workshop,
With-
as part of the budget. The budget
Part of the
day.
budget hearing.
Yeah.
Not the budget hearing,
The
but the
budget-
budget workshop. I might have misspoken. All-day Friday workshop for the budget, and we carved out
Right.
a couple of hours to talk about Measure J.
And we did have people
think.
speak.
Okay. Did we have some participation?
Yeah, actually, we did.
Okay.
So any other questions of staff? Just questions, not comments at this point. Peter?
Yeah, so just to understand the parameters of what we could consider is how much the parcel tax would be and for how long it would last. And those are some things that we could tweak. And then at what point do you need something decided by us officially in order to get it on the ballot in time? Just in terms of our calendaring our process.
Right, so August 9th is actually the last day, but typically what would happen is May and June, you would start talking about the proposed ordinance, what the language would be, and then you start assigning, because in case there's any opposition, you have the arguments for. And so you have all these things to think about, but the key thing is how much, how long, what it could be used for. Even if it's all the same, you just need to be able to make those decisions, provide direction. Staff can provide
So
you numbers.
basically, we're talking about June, probably, just to give ourselves enough time.
And can we do it all in one meeting in terms of make a decision what we want to be on the ballot? We don't need a second reading, right?
No, yeah, you could do it. Generally, what we did was it took you a few meetings to kind of hammer out kind of some of the things because we had to report back with more information. But yes, once you decide, that could all happen at one meeting.
Okay, so with that, I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, I know that recently on the Paramedic Authority, we redid our thing at the last election, and there, in the question of whether to raise it or not was part of the discussion, and basically we kept it the same and then added a percentage each year, that we thought was reasonable, and their projected budgets could work with. So we could do that here at this time too? That's my question.
Yes, you can consider that, the length, and those are all good questions. We could come back to you and give you some information what you did with your sales tax measure, because that was a little longer and we did some different things. So we can provide all that information, but what we really need is a discussion of council of what you actually want.
Got it.
All right, so let's open it up to comment. Mark, did you have a comment?
I've been holding this since the last time this came up on the ballot, so it's really something that's been burning inside. It's a noble cause, and how would it get my vote? Well, it would get my vote if it wasn't so regressive. Why a large business with dozens of employees should pay the same rate as a one-person business or one-person residence dwelling, that's why it bothers me. The impact for emergency services and town services from a large business is measurably greater, and I would like to see the math a little not so simple. This math is pretty simple, just imposing $165, I believe the rate was, as a parcel tax. I think the impact is not based, the actual impact cannot be associated to the parcel. Parcels have different impact, not by their parcel count, which is how this tax is based. So if that can't be solved this time, maybe instead of extending it into the distant future, maybe only approving it for a few years so that it can be reviewed again and made a little bit fair, because it's only going to go up from $165.
It's 195.
195. You see, it went up already.
It already went up.
So that's the reason why I see it like that, and I would like to see it to be calculated differently.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's no other public comment, so I'm going to bring it back to the council. So if we want to think about this as just some short feedback for now, we do have another opportunity, another few opportunities, but just give your thoughts. John?
I'd like to ask a question of the town attorney. Is how possible is that? I mean, I know we have a parcel tax and it's per parcel basis, and that's pretty simple math. Are we getting into the weeds if we try to do it any other way?
That's a question that I would take to our tax experts. I couldn't answer it for you tonight, but I could bring you some, yeah. I could certainly check with them and ask the tax people on that.
Okay. Any other comments that people want to give or feedback?
Sure.
No, I just have, for our next discussion of this, it would be really good to know specifically what we should provide to you in order to come back to us with something that will make this move forward, because we don't have a lot of time, actually.
Yeah, so what I could do is I could come back to you, well, set aside John's question. I could come back to you to say every $5 is this if you phase it in, if you did it longer, some of the pros and cons. Obviously longer means we're not doing this every 5 years. It seems like this is how long have I been here? This is the third time?
It's the third time. It would be the fourth time, actually.
Right. So it's quite a few times.
It would be the fourth time.
When you think about it, your 5-year forecast almost always has this blurb in there that you could fall off the cliff in year 5. So something to think about but obviously you also have to think about it takes a 2/3 vote. So you have all these different moving parts. What we could do is we could come back with a more robust discussion of all these things to think about and options. And then some guidance, you don't necessarily have to decide, but you could ask us to further refine, and we could talk about it at the budget workshop too.
Okay, does anyone want, I'm ready to give some initial thoughts, but did other people have thoughts that they wanted to give?
Thanks, Barbara. Yeah, in answer to Mark's concern, there's something to be said for simplicity. The math on this is it costs each parcel 53 cents a day, which when I look at that, I go, well, to have all the services and so forth, it's a no-brainer. And also the consequences over time, if we don't have that, are pretty dire. I would like to see a little bit of maybe some projections about a little bit of an upward adjustment over time, maybe, I don't know, in increments of $20 or something, if the parcel taxes per parcel. I don't know, so we could have some other options to look at. I kind of think keeping it at about the same price, it's very kind of intuitive, but just looking at if we keep it at the same amount, we'll be maintaining the status quo of our budget projections, which I think would be something that would have a pretty good chance of passing. That's just kind of my initial thoughts.
Okay.
And I don't know, 5 or 10 years, there's, obviously it's better if it's longer, or it's more efficient if it's longer, but that gets into sort of the political calculus of what would 2/3 of Fairfax support, and I don't know what the answer to that is.
I think if you look at what happened on Measure C, where we did 10 years, and we only needed a majority for that, but we got huge, over 2/3 on that. So I think my recollections are pretty good, but good thoughts. Anybody else have any thoughts? You don't have to if you're not ready tonight. That's okay.
Yeah, I think, are you talking $20?
Well, let's not, let's
You know,
just kind of.
personally, I think $20 is a lot. That's close to, 10%, really. And, which is a big, I mean, and that's why I was asking if that, you were proposing that as a one-time thing.
Yeah, I kind of want to see some options. I'm
Yeah.
very inclined to keep it the same, but I kind of want to just see, well, if
Frankly,
we,
so am I, but then, I look at the paramedic thing, and we figured like 3%, is kind of like the cost of living, that's about the rate things
yeah, that
go up.
might make sense, so.
Okay. Bruce, did you have something? No, okay.
Just had a comment. I'm hoping that, I'm looking ahead at these meetings. May 1st is packed, and we've got cannabis. And I'm trying to figure out, is there a chance for us to have this discussion when there's actually public in the room? The budget workshop,
Well, let's work that out. I'll do that as the mayor. I help set the agenda so we can move it up front, those kinds of things.
No, but I mean, it's April, and then we've got our May meeting, and that's it.
We have a June meeting as well.
Oh, I thought you were saying that we needed to
Well,
really
I think
have
we
this-
need to make a decision in June, so it's not trailing on too long.
That's just my recommendation would be that when you look at the agenda, that we look at trying to capture some folks and some input and read the waters
Okay,
a little.
Great, good point. So I would like to give probably a little more detail than others gave, and that's just me. One of the things I think we'd like to add is local wildfire prevention. For example, we spent $90,000 on chipper days, and I think one of the things we want to do is potentially even augment that more. The other thing now with this new inspection program for Ross Valley Fire, which is a great program, thinking about paying for that. Is there anything else we want to do? Goats or something? I mean, we don't really have open space. It's mostly the county's open space or MMWD. But I would like us to have local wildfire prevention work because we've been paying for that. And one of the things, having worked on this one in Measure C, I think we ought to consider like 10 to 12 years. This every 5 years business is just a tremendous resource allocation, and it's also, people are getting confused because there's so many tax measures in the county. Let's sort of think about, we did that on Measure C, we went to 10 years, I would have gone longer, but let's think about that. I would like us to consider a modest increase, something like $25, especially if we want to add the wildfire prevention idea that I had. And what I asked Garrett these questions beforehand is every $25 increases at approximately $90,000. And he suggested something we might want to do a phase-in, sort of like Ross Valley Paramedic Authority, where we do a $5 increase starting at a specific point. So we're not doing these big jumps, but maybe one modest increase to start out, realizing that our costs continue to go up. Fire's going up, police is going up, everybody's going up. So the way we did this back in 2014, we had lower costs for both. So that's sort of some of my thoughts. Maybe just think about those ideas. I'll work with Garrett on the agenda so that we can make sure we do get community feedback on this. So with that, I think you haven't, you're hearing that we're not totally ready on this, but we do have some time, but we don't have tons of time. So thank you, and let's move on to our next item on the agenda, which is introduce an ordinance amending Fairfax Municipal Code regarding the abatement of public nuisances. Garrett, would you like to give the staff report?
I'm
Or is
actually
this-
asking the town attorney
Oh
to
my
give the staff
gosh, we're
report.
going to have her honor, Esquire.
Thank you. So this is just an update to the current code. We wanted to bring it into conformance with state law and make sure it was up to date. And I understand the red line is hard to read, but because we basically
Janet, so you got to speak
gotta move
a little
closer.
less
Okay.
mumbly, a little clearer.
Okay. We basically just revised it to make sure that it was in conformance with state law, bring it up to date. And I had a conversation with Councilmember Lax the other night discussing special assessment liens and nuisance abatement in general. And I'm happy to go over that process. I know it's late, but I'm happy to go over that process if anybody is interested. Did anybody have any questions about the ordinance or what we were doing?
Well, I think just maybe one of the things you might want to clarify is this is bringing it up to state code, and this is stuff from state code from what I understand.
Yes.
And that what was in our code, even at the time it was written, wasn't in compliance with state code. So that's why there's so many changes, is what you explained to me in one of our discussions.
Right. There were some substantial changes needed, we felt, to be sure that it was something that we could actually use if we needed to. And before we, would embark on an abatement, we would certainly want to double check all the codes and make sure that they were up to date and in conformance with state law. So that's what we're doing here. There's no other reason for doing this except to make sure that everything is up to date and in conformance with state statute.
Okay, well then, before we ask you to go over some sort of process, why don't we see if anyone has any questions of you? Did anyone have any questions? I've read it a couple times, and looks good to me. Did anyone have any questions? Okay, so did we have any public comment on this item? Seeing none, bringing it back to the council for deliberations or a motion or...
I would like to mention one small typo I found.
Oh.
In 1.12.060.
Which page is that on?
It's on page 3 of the ordinance. It's the attorney's fees section.
Yes.
The very last sentence. The town is the prevailing party if any portion of the notice to abate is upheld. So there's an extra "the" in there. That needs to come out, just an extra word.
Oh, take out, so it should say if any.
Yes.
Take out the.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So would anybody care to make a motion?
Well, I just had two minor things I wanted to bring to people's attention. and
Okay,
for
so Peter,
possible
you need to
changes.
speak, I've been doing the same thing. You
Okay.
can't turn your head.
Right.
John keeps correcting me.
So two minor things. I went through this very, very carefully, and there was a section of the old ordinance in the red line section 1.12.060.
Wait a minute, so we don't have any page numbers? When you guys do red lines, if you can give us page numbers?
The page, when they do
Not on the red
lines,
line.
it doesn't come out.
Yeah, that would be helpful. It's actually, it's literally in red ink. It's at the bottom of the page.
What was the number again?
She
I
doesn't
don't.
compare.
1.12.060, initial staff investigation. And that was stricken.
I cannot find that.
That section is attorney's fees.
It's in the red line.
Yeah, in the red line,
It's
that's...
in the red line. No, it's in the red line. It
We're
was-
looking at
We're
the
looking
red
at the red
line.
line.
Keep going further back to, if you go back to where the ink turns red again.
And so is it initial staff investigation? What is the?
Yes, it says initial staff investigation. Yeah, it did say that, and it's struck out, and it says that, basically, it says that when the Public Works Director, building official becomes aware of a possible existence of a nuisance. Where feasible, the building official shall contact the owner or occupant to confirm existence of the nuisance, request voluntary compliance. I think it would be good public policy to have that in our code. It's what would happen anyways, but I just think it's really good to have that in our code to say, you know, before we do this onerous proceeding, staff will reach out to the property owner. So that would be one suggestion.
Wait a minute, I don't think they know where you are. Okay.
Have you all found it?
Yeah, we found it.
Okay.
We're ahead of them.
Took a while, but
Right.
there's two 12.060.
Yeah, it's the second one towards the back. It's in all red
Yeah.
at the bottom of the page. Okay.
We found that.
And then the other slight change I would suggest is,
And where is this?
this is in the new section 1.12.070,
The methods of service?
methods of service. And
One,
page 4, numbered page 4, methods of service, right here.
I'm going to, all right, it's confusing.
It-
We've got
it-
too much paper.
It
Okay.
is a little confusing.
Methods of service, yes.
So there's notice that goes to the owner, and then there's notice that goes to a responsible party.
Yes.
They may be different people. It might be a tenant that's causing the nuisance. And the notice provision to the owner under this code only is mailed to the owner at the owner's address on the tax rolls. And I could foresee a situation where an owner might be living there, or he may no longer be at the address where the tax roll is. So what I would like to propose is that the next paragraph, C, which provides for mailing to the physical address and posting it at the physical address, which is what gives notice to the responsible party, that's copied and added to paragraph B, so the notice to the property owner is by mail to the assessor's roll address, by mail to the physical property, and also attached to the property itself. Again, it's a really onerous, potentially.
So just, I'm not sure, I mean, I understand where you're at, but are you saying make C be part of B?
Yes, so in
So
other
you
words,
would say, get rid of C?
no.
No, he said it's in
It's
addition
an
to.
additional notice, so it's,
So there's three things in
under
order
B-
to notice an owner.
right, so the owner gets mail to the address on the tax roll, mail to the property, and tack to the property.
So you want it to be where it says, any
Yeah,
notice
that's
or
the
document issued to an owner must be sent to the mailing address on the last equalized assessment roll of the Marin County Property Assessor's Office, and the
Posted- yeah.
notice must also be sent to the property address and be posted at or upon the main entrance of the building or structure, or at another prominent location on the real property. That's what you want with B.
Yes, exactly, and then
Okay.
leave C the same.
So the only thing I have to say is that we have to send it to the address from the assessor's office.
Yes.
Because that's required.
Yes.
Under the statute, under state statute. And we can do those two other things, but it's three things, so it's a lot of noticing for for Mark, basically, who's going to.
Yeah, it's 2 letters, one to the assessors, one to the physical address, and then posting it on the property. Because again, you know, it is kind of a heavy-handed action potentially to do a nuisance abatement. So I just, I think it's important to have that notice to the
I
owners.
actually think that's a good change. I know of one case of somebody who's on the property rolls who doesn't live there. And so I think those changes, it's a little extra work for Mark, but I think those are good. And then as far as the other change that was back in the red line, I think that's a nice additional step. So where would we put that in the actual ordinance? so we can do this first reading.
Well, let's,
So the initial staff investigation, would we just lift that out, and where would we put it? Would we put that before the methods of service?
It looks, she's looking at, you probably have to change the number on it.
Well, obviously, we would change the number, but
Right.
I'm saying, where does it make sense? Because would it go after attorney's fees and then the notice? Or would it go in between the notice to abate nuisance condition? It seems to me it goes before the notice to abate the nuisance condition.
yeah, I think it goes before attorney's fees. I would put it after
After
property owner responsibilities.
Where are
and
you?
before-
I'm looking at, to me, it seems like you have attorney's fees, then the next thing you have is notice to abate nuisance conditions. To me, the initial staff investigation would go above the notice to abate nuisance conditions, no?
I think it actually should probably, I mean, it could go anywhere, but I think you should probably put it closer to the front. So we have property owner responsibilities
Okay,
as
so
the
you,
first thing. And then after that is where I would put it before attorney's fees.
okay, so
That
we,
makes sense. And can we do like a 063 or something, so it falls
I would put it
between
before attorney's fees, so I would have 057.
057, yeah. So some number in between. Okay.
okay, so we've got the notice, initial staff investigation goes before attorney's fees, after property owner responsibilities. Then we have the change in B on item 4, which adds the notice also going to the property address and posted on the property.
And we have the one typo.
So those are two changes that Peter's requested, and to me, those make sense.
Yeah, that's fine. And then we have the one typo as well. It's and, it's not or, it's
And we
and.
take that "and" out that's in the wrong place. Any other comments for staff? No. Okay, so Peter, you want to make the motion since you
Sure.
so eloquently...
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry. Did we have public comment? No. Okay, seeing none, bringing it back. Peter, would you like to make the motion?
sure. I move to introduce an ordinance amending the Fairfax Municipal Code, Chapter 1.12, regarding the abatement of public nuisances, to update and clarify the town's nuisance abatement procedures and cost recovery provisions with the changes just discussed.
Okay, would someone like to second?
That's
Second.
what the change is, right? As amended, as you
As
discussed.
amended, as discussed, yes.
And you said, and read by title only.
Read by title only, yes.
Yes, okay.
Actually, I think you read the subject line. I'm confused what you read.
Why don't you read it again?
All right,
Read
so-
the recommendation. Do you mind doing it again?
Not at all. Introduce and read by title only an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax amending Fairfax Municipal Code, Chapter 1.12 regarding the abatement of public nuisances to update and clarify the town's nuisance abatement procedures and cost recovery provisions, including the amendments as discussed.
Okay, would someone like to
Second.
second? So that was Councilmember Lax, motion, second, Reed, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No, seeing none. Okay, bringing it back. Now we're going to do our council member reports relatively quickly, because we don't want to,
I don't have ones from last month. We didn't do last month, did we?
no, we
But
didn't.
I didn't bring them.
It's all right, it's fine, just do what you can. Bruce, you want to start?
It'll be brief.
You were in Galapagos.
Well, that was this month. Going back to last month, though, climate conversations, which have been really good, and there's another one coming up, as Renee announced earlier. The MCCMC meeting, quite a few flood zone 9 things, a working group, a Ross Town Council meeting, and a special meeting of the flood zone 9, which I don't really have time to report on what's going on with that, but because it's too late. But It's in the newspaper. Mosquito board, and the town council retreat. Those are the major ones.
Thank you, Bruce. John, would you like to go ahead? I know you're fading fast.
Yeah, well, okay, there was no Ross Valley Paramedic Authority meeting last month, and I'm just doing the last month too, because I don't know how many months it's been since we've done this, so.
I wasn't sure either.
Let me see, I went to a film in this women's club here, which was very interesting.
Okay, so you need to speak into the mic.
Fire board meeting. I also went to the council retreat, of course. I went to a new committee on the TAM CART meeting. It's community alternative ways of transportation. It controls it, and there's an interesting website which it's kind of late to remember exactly. I think it's marincommutes.org. It's
Okay.
advertised on the sides of buses. It's actually a really cool thing because it hooks people up with ride shares and, all kinds of stuff, bus routes and, Lyft rides from Smart and all kinds of stuff. So it'd be good
TAM
to check
put
that out.
together?
Yes. Well, TAM contracted that to be put together. And so we received a pretty good report on that. And that committee's basically looking to, get people out of their cars and reduce congestion. Went to the MCC meeting and also to a regularly scheduled Transportation Authority meeting. And
Great.
that's it.
Thank you. Renee, just do what you can.
Okay. Met with Christy Neal from the Marin County Fire to discuss a upcoming evacuation drill in the Cascades. Met with Garth from R3, I think several times over the last couple of months. Attended the Yellow Bus JIPA meeting, the newly formed JIPA. I actually stood by the waste stations at the Brew Fest. And I have to tell you that the Brew Fest attendees were the best waste sorters that I've ever worked with. It was remarkable. I could tell you about it later. But
It's best to be wasted when you're
there
sorting
you
waste.
go.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was, but it was a magical day in the world of waste sorting. Been working with the Drake High School kids in establishing their compost systems for the high school. Went to one of the Youth in Action, that one? The climate talks at the library. Excellent young, hopeful, inspiring people. MCCMC, 2 Firewise meetings. I attended the Fair Housing Conference that Barbara let us all know was happening, and
Great.
It was fascinating. And there are some really hardworking, smart, innovative folks out there that are going to make sure that fair housing principles and practices are not just a bunch of language, but are put to practice.
Great.
So I'm really happy with what we did tonight. LTF meeting this morning, which was the Zero Waste Marin. I was invited to talk to a girls group about leadership a couple of nights ago. And then, council retreat and all the other stuff.
Oh, I guess it's me. Well, I attended a community media center of Marin board retreat that we had all day on a Saturday, and one of the things we're talking about options for funding in light of an FCC proposed ruling that will significantly limit PEG fees. PEG fees, so the public education and government stuff. So there's more happening at FCC that is not good. Town council retreat that we were all at. I did Meals on Wheels. There was all mayors across Marin County were supposed to deliver Meals on Wheels. I did that. Katie Rice has convened a group of mayors with 3 fire chiefs called Get Ready Together Marin, and I attended that, and that's really looking like another parcel tax. So stay tuned. That'll be for fire prevention, but it'll be a county-wide effort versus these individual separate things. That's not going to cover everything, but it will cover some. Age-friendly breakfast. Well, we've already talked about, we met with the county planning and Marin DA's office on the mandatory mediation with Garrett. The Marin Clean Energy Board meeting, a lot going on there. The Legislative Committee for Marin County Council of Mayors and Council Members, and a lot of bills we're watching, but some we took some positions on. And the MCC meeting, a couple of things that were really important is we heard the Major Crimes Task Force annual report, and the county gave a good speech on climate change efforts, and we got to meet the Major Crimes Task Force dog, Max, who came from Ireland, and he's a drug sniffer. He's a Springer Spaniel. He's been with this detective for a year, and he only sniffs on command. Because I asked her what happens. Somebody came with some stuff in their purse or their pockets, and she said he only drug sniffs on command. I said, what would happen if somebody came in having smoked some marijuana a lot? And she said, well, he would be sniffing. So anyway, and it was kind of cool because one of the things is a lot of we don't hear about these canines is they don't have a place to go when they're retired. But in Marin County, they stay with their handlers, who's a detective, but a lot of places they get put down. So it's a wonderful story. They don't always stay with the detectives or the sergeants they work with, but in Marin County they do. So with that, I just want to say thank you, everybody. It's been a long meeting, and I want to adjourn in memory of Iva Jo Collins, who was a Fairfaxian, and also Tom asked me again to... Oh, we'll do that. I'm sorry. Town manager's report. Can you tell us about those Forest Terrace steps?
I wasn't going to report on that. They're working on it. I wasn't going to report, though, that FHWA and Caltrans has officially approved our Forest Avenue funding so we could actually see reimbursement. I'm waiting for one more document for them to sign, but we'll actually see reimbursement hopefully in a few weeks for Forest Avenue.
How much is that again?
I think we'll get back about 300,000, right in that range. I think the project cost 350, so
That's
something like
money.
that.
Well, I just
Thank
want
you.
to say that is a testament to your efforts because we had no guarantee that we were going to get that money, and you persisted, and it happened. So thank you so much.
Could you give us a 2-minute parkade update?
Sure. They're doing the irrigation today. They were doing the curb ramps. Most of the work now looks like we schedule it for Easter break because that's next week. So they'll be doing quite a few curb ramps and some of the other work. But right now it's irrigation work.
When will it be on the other side of Broadway, in front of the roastery?
Oh, in front of the roastery, that was supposed to be this week, but the rain sort of put that out. So probably next week we'll do that curb ramps on the other side of the street, across from the coffee roastery, the Taylor Street curb ramp, that portion. The drive, we're going to find out kind of the schedule, but the driveway in front of Siam Lotus, that might be 2-3 weeks out. Okay. But even with all that, we're looking at the end of, if we're lucky, the end of April to be significantly complete with maybe the striping crossing into the first week of May.
And last thing, the pathway from Taylor across through the parkade, what is that going to look like?
It'll look like your Lansdale herringbone brick pattern.
Oh, will it?
Same color, roughly the same color.
Okay, cool.
And
Thank
just
you.
one thought on that. So I had to sign up for your parkade updates because I got on the parkade website to see what your update was. It would be kind of a nice thing if you'd sign up the council members, so we wouldn't have to sign up separately. So we could get we don't get the parkade updates.
I would be delighted to do that.
Well, thank you, Town Clerk. So anyway, I want to, first of all, thank everyone for working hard tonight, as you always do, and we got a lot done. So I want to adjourn in memory of Iva Jo Collins, and Tom asked that I also include Marie Sigenthaler again. The one-year anniversary of her death was March 26th. So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, Wendy, for staying with us to the bitter end.